Good morning, everyone. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the technical session on interdisciplinary research of ICOM 2022. Let me commence this session by introducing our distinguished session chairs, Professor B.M.C. Tilakaratna, Professor C.D. Samarasinghe, and Dr. S.N. Morales. It is our great pleasure to have our session chairs with us, and we are very grateful for them to taking their valuable time to join with us today. Let me introduce Professor B.M.C. Tilakaratna, Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Sri Lanka. He is a proud product of the University of California, who has completed his master's from Punjab University, and he has obtained his doctorate from University of Leiden. He has worked as a senior lecturer for the Department of Accountancy in University of California, and he has held many academic positions, rendering his services all over Sri Lanka in different capacities, embracing coordinating as well as directorial positions. And his research interest lies in the fields of finance, corporate finance, stock markets, accounting education, and ICT applications in accounting education. Let me introduce Professor G.D. Samarasinghe, our next session chair. He is a senior lecturer in the Department of Industrial Management of Faculty of Business at the University of Moratlu, and he is a proud product of the University of Sri Java. He has completed both his master's and doctorate from University of Colombo. He is very well known for his vast expertise in marketing and entrepreneurship. His research interest lies in the fields of marketing, management, entrepreneurship, and consumer behavior. Our next session chair is Dr. S.N. Morales, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Open University of Sri Lanka. He is a proud product of the University of Jaffna, who has completed his master's from University of Colombo and his doctorate from Asian Technology Institute, and he is also a member of Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science and also in Sri Lanka Economic Association. And his research interest lies in the fields of microfinance, micro-enterprise development, and livelihoods. May I now respectfully call upon session chairs Professor B.M.C. Tilakaratna, Professor G.D. Samarasinghe, and Dr. S.N. Morales to take over this session from here onwards, and I wish best of luck to all the presenters. Professor B.M.C. Samarasinghe, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dhananjani. I think our other two chairs they are joining, I think, just after the inauguration. I think while they are joining, we will start the session. Then we are having the paper number 5. I think better if you all can present us, rename you by right paper ID, I think. Then we can easily identify whether you are there. Paper ID 5, 11, 48, 49, 70, 54, 58, and 62, right? This is very important when it's come to the question and answering session. First, we will have the videos of 10 minutes. At the end of the 10 minutes time, you are supposed to participate in the discussion. We will ask some questions and clarification, including the audience. Therefore, I think presenters, they can rename by the paper ID. Then first, we will have our paper ID 5, the presentation, which is on very interesting topic, influence of managers' emotional intelligence on project success. In the textile industry, the mediating role of employee satisfaction and trust in employees. I think very interesting topic under interdisciplinary research theme. Then we will first watch this recording. Then we will have after 10 minutes the question and answering session.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Ibrahim Abdullah, and I will present my paper on topic of influence of managers' emotional intelligence on project success in the textile industry, the mediating role of employee satisfaction and trust in employees. First of all, introduction. Due to the globalization and rapid industrial growth, number of complex projects have been increased associated with large budgets and uncertainty. Several complex projects experience heavy costs, delays in project completion, and fail to accomplish their goals timely. Researchers have claimed that such challenges are directly associated with managerial skills. In this aspect, project management skills are important for successful project results. Therefore, the role of emotions among managers, emotional intelligence is considered in successful project completion. Behaviors are plummeting towards the negative and politically polluted environment. However, emotional intelligence is an important element to eliminate workplace politics. The problem statement. In our region, South Asia or Pakistan, there is an absence of EI in the industry sector and organizations are not paying higher attention towards it. In the textile industry, there are often high stakes involved due to high investments, bulk order, and short deadlines. There are higher chances of project failures due to the negligence of emotional assessment. Now we come to the significance of this study. The presented model tested will better clarifies the emotional intelligence in its more significant than ever with globalization as groups are cross-cultural and global, increasing the complexity of interactions of emotions and how they are expressed. For practitioners, the research would suggest guidelines about the arrangement of trainings on EI for the managers. The findings can influence human resource departments to make policy to hire managers with high emotional intelligence. Background of the study. A manufacturing plant provided training of emotional intelligence to their managers. They saw productivity goals were exceeded by $250 that year, a study from McClellan in 1999. Well, there's another study from Jeffrey Firma in 2002 that said, unfortunately, some employees believe their bosses are not only bad, but so terrible that they cause employees to feel disengaged at work, a problem that is costing the US workforce over $400 billion in lost productivity per year. Well, the literature review. First of all, emotional intelligence and project success. Emotionally intelligent project managers are more likely to experience and to express their emotions positively, while project managers with high EI should therefore be more motivated to have a positive impact on their subordinates and to offer appropriate solutions to solve new problems and challenges that a complex project brings. And it brings up our first hypothesis, H1, project managers EI is positively related to the project success. Then emotional intelligence and work attitudes, trust and job satisfaction. Dunn and Schweitzer in 2005 found that positive emotions increase trust in others, while negative emotions such as anger decrease the trust. In terms of negative emotions, Borden and Brandbaum in 2007 found that lower levels of emotional awareness are associated with higher levels of suspicion and frustration. It made a second hypothesis that project managers' EI is positively related to trust and employees' job satisfaction. Well, this is our conceptual framework or the model of our research where managers' emotional intelligence is the independent variable while project success is the dependent variable. And we have two mediators, managers' job satisfaction and trust in employees. Theoretical support. Effective events theory argues that emotions are critically important to how employees handle workplace situation. Well, there is a relationship between the employees' internal influences such as emotions and their reactions to incidents that happen during their workday that affect their work performance, job commitment, and long-term job satisfaction. Well, these are three hypotheses of the study. First of all, managers' EI is positively associated with project success. Second is that job satisfaction mediates a relationship between managers' EI and project success. H3 is trust in employees mediates the relationship between managers' EI and project success. Research questions. Does manager EI have impact on project success and how employee satisfaction and trust mediates the the relationship between manager EI and the project success. The objectives of the research are to investigate the direct relationship between manager EI and project success, and the second one is to investigate the mediating role of trust and employee satisfaction for the relationship between manager EI and project success. Well, the research methodology unit of analysis was managers, and we use a survey method, the deductive approach. It was a cross-sectional time horizon. Choices were mono method, data collection method through questionnaires, self-administered by using both delivery and collection and online approach. Sampling technique, non-probability, convenience sampling. Well, we use these softwares for our data analysis. For reliability tests, you can see that all values are well over 0.7, so all are very much acceptable. For average variance extracted score, all values are quite well and well within the acceptable range. Correlation, you can see the correlation, all values are accepted and all variables are correlated to each other. Well, for collinearity, we can see that all variables are well within accepted range. Skewness and kurtosis, model fit indices, the conceptual framework, the mediation test, the emotional intelligence and employee satisfaction, and the trust. Well, all our hypotheses were accepted. Now we come to the discussion part. In this research, the exploratory question is addressed that whether employee satisfaction and trust mediates a relationship between emotional intelligence and project success. Research showed that employee satisfaction and trust mediates a relationship and there exists full mediation. Contribution of the study. For the practical implications for practitioners, the research suggests guidelines about the arrangement of trainings on EI for the managers. The findings can influence HR to make policy to hire managers with high emotional intelligence. Now, theoretical implications. This research proposed and empirically tested the employee satisfaction and trust as mediator. This research followed by suggestion of Eriswani et al. Of 2016 to examine the role of EI in other regions. For example, this study is investigated the EI on collectivist culture for Pakistan industries. Well, there were a few limitations and some future direction from this research we found. Research in other parts of the globe may be carried out with identical variables or modification in one or two variables with other approaches. Current research has followed cross-sectional design. Future studies could go for longitudinal research. The generalizability of current findings is another limitation in this study. The survey was carried out with 170 managers, out of which 133 responses are gained from textile manufacturing sector of Lahore, a city in Pakistan. It is not known either these findings would generalize to other cultures or populations as well. Well, in this research, EI is discussed in manufacturing sector. It could be discussed in other sectors like hospitals, software houses, education sector, or other services industries as well. This study is also limited in the sense that it does not include any moderator. Through moderation study, future research can explain how project success is influenced by other factors as well. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I think the team, including Ibrahim Abdullah, I think any one of your team is available for the discussion. I think Dr. Moraes also there. I think he's the chair of this paper.
Yes, I am here. Please go ahead. I am participating. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. I think paper ID 5, anyone from that team? Mr. Ibrahim Abdul and the team is there. Anyone for the discussion participated? I think we just listened to their recording. Usually guideline is at the end of the 10 minutes presentation, you are supposed to be.
Turn on.
Is anyone from that group of researchers? It seems no one is here for the question and answering, but we can take few minutes for a general discussion, I think. I think very interesting paper that talks about sort of a positivistic research, quantitative research that talks about the impact of emotional intelligence, right? These days we talk about very much about the emotions and the empathy and the emotional intelligence. I think that is very important in the manufacturing as well as the service sector. They have selected apparel sector, I think in Pakistan. I think this is a very practical study since we are talking about the human aspect of the business. Therefore, I think in marketing, HR, everywhere we talk about this emotional intelligence. They are looking at whether emotional intelligence affect the project success, I think business success. Therefore, they had introduced, I think, 2 mediators also in their model. I think basically the research is, I think, covering the quantitative methodology acceptable, but I have few clarification. I think they are not here. One thing about their sample selection, they had selected 170 something, but I didn't see the type of the demographics variables relevant to the company in the textile sector. And they had said that they had non-random sampling method. But any reason for that, whether they couldn't have sort of random sampling, we prefer when there's a sample frame. These are some of the clarifications we could have raised. I think Dr. Moraes, you might have some comments to share with the audience.
I basically went through the paper, and I also had certain concerns about the methodology. They could have elaborated a little bit more on the methodology so that it would have been more clear as to relate the findings to the methodology. I found it a little bit difficult. So that is the only comment I also have.
Thank you. I think our participants, those who have participated, they might have some maybe ideas or thoughts. Then you might take few minutes to share your ideas also. I think this is a conference, therefore I think sharing ideas also might be very important, but we are lagging behind time also. We can take few minutes if any participant, right, to talk about that on emotional intelligence and its impact on project success. 2 mediators they had talked about satisfaction as well as the trust, and they found full mediation also in the model. But I think discussion also there, but I think if the presenters are here, then we could have get more clarification. I think that's the best practice in a conference. Any participants who are willing to talk about that? Any ideas? I think you can see the paper, full paper on the proceedings, and you can enjoy the paper, but there are certain methodological things further they could have improved, as I mentioned, I think, including Dr. Moraes. I think our other chair also, Vice Chancellor, sir, are you there? Tilakaratna, sir? I think he's there. I think we can go for the next presentation because of the time constraint. Then we are having the second paper that is about paper ID 11. Paper ID 11. That talks about application of total quality management, TQM principles in tertiary education, a study on NU affiliated colleges, right? National University. This is the presentation to be made by Nahid, Mia, and Nasamal Huda, right? I think they are there, right? If you can rename you by paper ID, that is great. I think. Are you there?
I think yes. I can also see their name.
Okay. Then we will first go for the presentation. Then we will have the question and answering that. Thank you.
Let me take a few minutes to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor PMC Tilakaratna, and Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Dr. S.N. Moraes. We are very grateful to our session chairs for joining with us and taking their valuable time to join with us. Let us see the second presentation of this session.
Thank you for introducing.
Welcome to everyone in our today's presentation. I am Mohammad Nahid, Assistant Professor of National University, and Mohammad Nazmul Huda, a student of Advanced MBA program, National University, is going to present our research findings on application of total quality management practices in tertiary education, a study on National University affiliated colleges of Mymensingh district. You are cordially welcome to enjoy our presentation. These are the content of our presentation. We are going to present this part in this conference. Okay. The education system of Bangladesh entirely follows the National Education Policy 2010. Education is the constitutional right of the people of the country. At present, in Bangladesh, about 152 universities are working, including 46 public universities and 104 private universities. And there are also 2 international universities. National University is the third largest affiliating university in the whole world as an affiliating, which operate about 2,500 colleges who are working to operate tertiary education in college level. Different types of problems are available in education system of National University affiliated colleges under the Mymensingh district, because we are working we work our this paper focusing the National University affiliating colleges of Mymensingh district, and that's why we are just focusing the problems of this district. We can divide the factors affecting lower quality education in college level into 2 groups. These are internal and external. We can identify some common external factors like poor quality of a student who enter into college, and poor living standard of people, early marriage of female student. And this is not only applicable for female, for both gender, plays a negative role to ensure quality. In contrary, there are so many factors works as an internal factors, including social status of teachers, poor salary structure, absence of job security, low quality teachers, absence of promotion officer, and so on. These are the basically internal factors that works behind the poor quality of education. The problems makes a difficulty to ensure quality education at college level. That's why the concern of authority should think aggregately, not separately. In this regard, the theory and concept of TQM, total quality management implementation, can be a good guidelines to ensure quality education in tertiary level, especially for the case of National University. We have conducted this research work focusing the following objectives. Our main objectives to assess the application of TQM principles among the National University affiliated college of Mymensingh, and our specific objectives are to evaluate the internal and external customer satisfaction, evaluate whether the teachers can participate in decision making process to improve the service, to evaluate the external customer, especially the representative of organization who hire students or the finished goods of National University as their employee, and to identify the challenges of quality education of this university. We have worked basically with 4 hypotheses. Our hypotheses are teachers and staff are not significantly satisfied with their job. Our second null hypothesis is teachers cannot significantly participate to improve the service process. Our third hypothesis is students are not significantly satisfied with the facilities provided by college. Organizations are not significantly satisfied with the students' performance as employees. These are our basically hypotheses. We are working. We have worked this paper based on 3 principles, which is provided by Westerfield in his book Total Quality Management. He has identified 3 principles where he said that first one is means of ensuring quality education, and If we can implement the first two, then we can achieve the end, that is customer satisfaction. So mean are employee participation, continuous process improvement. If we can implement these two part, then customer will be satisfied. So our main concentration was to check whether national university affiliating colleges are applying these three principles or not. We have identified the factors which are mainly responsible for their satisfaction of internal customer. We have identified the factors that satisfy teacher. We have classified three group of factors: academic factors, academic related factors, financial benefits related, or non-financial benefits. For academic factors, research grant, higher education facility, incentive for higher education, reward facility, pleasurable engagement, training and development. These are the academic related factors. In contrary, there are also some financial factors: salary, bonus, promotion, pension system, housing facility, loan facility, medical facility, insurance facility, transportation facility. These facilities are related to financial benefits that influence on teacher satisfaction. There are also some non-financial benefits, among them personal motivation, recognition, autonomy, supervision, job security, career development, succession planning, performance appraisal, safety measure. So these are the factors which mainly contribute on the teacher satisfaction. In contrary, the measurement of staff satisfaction basically depends on financial benefits and non-financial benefits rather than academic factors. And most of the cases, the factors of financial and non-financial are close, almost similar for teachers and staffs. We have also identified some factors which are mainly responsible for the student satisfaction, and we can categorize this part into two groups: academic support and non-financial benefits. Academic support includes quality class, regularity of the class, society needs-oriented curriculum, standard curriculum, timely service, learning environment. These are, and non-financial benefits: goodwill of the college university, sound infrastructure, link with the job market or professional exposure. And external customer, we have also identified some other factors for our another group of external customer, that is organization. Actually, organization means who hire our students after the end of their degree. So what they want, we try to find out. And there we have from our literature, we have found their satisfaction depends on quality manpower, supply of quality manpower, technical skill manpower, communication skill of the manpower that is that we supply, a job skill, related skill, and non-financial benefits, feedback system, whether the college or the educational institute communicate with them regularly, communication with institutions, academic collaboration. These are the factors from here teachers, students, official staffs, organizations mainly expect from the education institutes. Now I'm going to start methodology of the study. Basically, we have conducted our study focusing the national university affiliating colleges of Mymensingh district. I have already mentioned earlier. Population, the teacher, student, official staffs, and a representative of some organization also considered as population. Head of the institutions are considered as the institution population who recruit our students. Sample design, we have decided to take 233. Among them, 30 comes from organization representative, and we have found our sample size from our teachers, staffs, and that is called officials and students by applying a specific formula. The formula will be present in our next slide. This part is representing the sample size, that is 87, which is applicable for the population 952, which is a total of 952 teachers and official staffs are working in the district. And we have applied this formula to get the appropriate sample size, that is 87. And at the same way, in the district, there are 52,013 students are studying in under national university. With a different program at undergraduate and postgraduate level, and we have found by applying the formula, the same formula, we found 96 students as a sample. So our total sample size 87, 96, and I have already mentioned that 30 representative from organization, that is 223. Now I'm going to Okay, data collection method. Both primary and secondary data I have used in this study. Primary data has been collected through questionnaire, and secondary data has collected from different sources, including article, journal, newspaper, website, books, etc. The questionnaire has been prepared as per Rensis Likert 5-point scale method, and the questionnaire was distributed among the samples randomly. The 5 points are strongly satisfied, satisfied, neutral, dissatisfied, strongly dissatisfied. Analysis of the data. We have used SPSS version 23 to analyze, and we have used descriptive statistics, including mean, standard deviation, standard error mean, and t-test to test the hypothesis. And test level has considered as 3, which is found by the average of frequency level, that is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or then we get 8, 3. Our confidence in this study, I have considered 95% of significance level of the analysis and findings. This part is representing the satisfaction of teachers. Basically, we have considered the 5 factors that we have already mentioned in our conceptual framework. Among them, first one is financial facility from the colleges, fairness in promotion, rewards facility, training facility, college financial strength. And if I see here, we have divided our sample from official group. It was 87, 53 from teachers. That comes by applying a ratio method, and the rest of 34 or 37 comes from office staff. So 50 among the 53, the mean value, if we see, is less than 3 for first 2 factors, and more than 3 for last three factors. And for conducting t-test of this hypothesis, our hypothesis was internal customers were not satisfied with financial facility. Internal customer means I assume as a teacher. And you can see the p value is less than 0.05 for factor 4 and 5. That means, and the rest of the part is more than 0.05. It represents that null hypothesis is accepted for the last 2 factors. That is, teachers and teachers are not satisfied for last 2 factors. Okay. Now I'm going to just represent the findings from staffs. Here there were 34 sample, and we have selected 3 factors for measuring their satisfaction from financial facility, and it represents the mean value was less than 3 for first 2, and more than 3 for last one. And for if I go for t-test, it shows that p-value is less than 0.04 for factor 3 only. So it represents that t-test is hypothesis. Our hypothesis is accepted that for the last factors only, that the staffs or internal customers are not satisfied with this point. Okay. Now I'm going to show the response of our respondents, especially teachers, where our sample was 53. That the response of their participatory opportunity to participate in management practice, and we have decided 3 factors here. The mean value is more than 3 for 2 and 3, factor 2 and 3, but less than 3 for factor 1. And if we see the p-value, it represents the first 2, last 2 and 3, factor 2 and 3 is less than 0.05, and first one is more than 0.05. This table basically shows the student satisfaction from college facility, and we have decided 5 factors to judge their response, and we can see the their response is more than 3 for factor 1 and for factor 4, and rest of them the response is less than 0.3. And if we see the p-value for factor 1 and factor 4, the p-value is less than 0.05, and for the rest of the cases, the factors are more than 0.05. So we can conclude that the hypothesis is for this 3-1. Okay. This table shows the response of organizational representative. Our sample was 30, and our factor was 3. And if we see the responses, every response is less than 3. That is the response of the organizational representative is less than 3. And if we see the p-value, every p-value is less than 0.05. That represents our acceptance of our hypothesis that organizational representatives are not satisfied with present performance of the students. Okay. Now I would like to request my co-author Nazmul to present this part, especially recommendation part. Nazmul, can you hear me, Nazmul? Nazmul, can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, please continue, Nazmul, this part.
On the basis of the findings, we provide following recommendations. The college authority need to be conscious about internal customers satisfaction, especially in the area of promotion, rewards, training facility, educate, residence facility. The authority of the college need to focus on external customers' needs and expectation, especially for educate seminar room, sufficient multimedia, skilled teacher, workshop related to job market, transport system, residence system. The college authority should have a positive relation with community and organization who hire the students as employees. Their feedback need to monitor critically in order to design an organizational strategy. In management, the management body of the college should practice participatory management in the arena of teaching, administrating, and financial activities. National University need to ensure their close supervision, monitoring of all factors related to quality education.
Okay, thank you, Nazmul. Thank you, everyone, for hearing our, observing and enjoying our presentation. We hope you will provide us your valuable observation. And I cordially thanks to everyone to give us opportunity to participate in this conference. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nahid and Nazmul. I think very important area TQM, Japanese management, we talk about. I think the respective chair for this paper, Dr. Moraes, I think he's there. You can start, I think, your views. I think Vice Chancellor is also there, Professor Tilakaratne.
Yes, yeah, Dr. Dinesh. Thank you.
Sorry, there was a power interruption. I lost connection. I just reconnected.
I understand, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Dr. Moraes, I think you can have some comments.
No, I couldn't hear the presentation because there was a power interruption.
Okay.
I just
Professor Dinesh, shall I comment on this one?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
sir.
Right. So thank you, authors one Nashid and again Nahid. Thank you, and other one Huda. So it's a very interesting research paper that you have discussed today, and of course, welcome to Sri Lanka, Organization of Sri Lanka as well. Now, the first question is that, you have formulated hypothesis. So where that I didn't see how that you have developed or derived hypothesis. I mean, directly you brought somewhere. It needs when I went through your paper. So I have noticed you have not adequately summarized before deriving the hypothesis for the study, main hypothesis. There's something, literature background, of course, that you have done the literature review. That's okay. I'm not referring to the literature review part. Drawing from the literature review, right? In case of a research, definitely there should be a background information to come to the hypothesis. That is the, that first clarification just asking from you as a young researcher.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Actually, sir, we have we didn't incorporate it in this presentation.
Yeah.
We have incorporated in our paper, sir, but due to time limitation, we didn't incorporate it in PowerPoint.
About? I'm not clear.
Sir, am I audible?
Okay, or yeah.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, audible. Yeah, speak.
Okay, sir. We have done our literature review and background of the study in our main paper, but due to time limitation, we have omit this part from PowerPoint.
Okay.
But we have done it. We have did it in our main paper, sir.
I'm not clear. Repeat it, please.
He says that it's in the main paper.
Sir, we have done our literature review and background of the study in our main paper, but we due to time limitation, we part only. But we have done our literature review in our main paper, sir.
No, that I have in my hand the full paper. So my just point is that as a young researcher, I make it clear again. When we write research articles or the research papers, right, for the that dissemination of information, if I put in the other way around, hypotheses are not skyrocketed. You understand? Hypotheses are backed by the relevant information, again traced out from the literature review itself that you have done. That is my main concern here. One of the concerns, because literature review, you have touched upon management in education, quality in education, motivation of HR towards a TQM, and participative management for TQM, and so forth. I think you didn't get my point. So, and teamwork, there are a lot of that literature review that you have addressed. But when you have that of course indicated hypothesis of the study, right? You haven't touched that main points to derive the hypothesis, to formulate the hypothesis. In other words, that is my point. Right? Maybe that you have done the literature review. I think that the real methodological approach that you need to follow in the future. And then, okay, it's okay. Then the second thing is that in your conclusion, you have mentioned that internal and external, I think that teachers and students, right? It means the customers are satisfied on adequate classroom, regular class skills of students, financial strengths of the colleges, participate in decision-making process, participate in the development of teaching methods. These all seems to be very much, that, let's say, qualitative factors. I have another question. How did you quantify these qualitative variables in your methodological approach?
I think Professor is asking about operationalization. Yes, I think that is missing. I think Mr. Nahid, I think you have to be mindful about these measurements.
Yeah.
Nahid, can you hear us? Nahid, can you hear us?
Sure. Hello, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes. Sir is asking about how did you measure your particular construct variables? It seems like you are having just a label, sort of a qualitative flavor, but there is no operationalization. We call in quantitative research, you have to identify the indicators, variables to measure each and everything in a survey. I think that part is not properly reported and it's missing. Mr. Nahid, is it clear?
Sir, is it sir clear? But there is a technical problem from internet side, so I'm not getting your feedback clearly, sir.
Now, can you hear? Your operationalization is not there. How you measure the construct, independent, dependent variables, or your particular construct? Is it clear?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Sir, sure, sir.
Yes. I think you don't have the operationalization, measurements of your questionnaire. Is it clear?
Okay, sir.
Please
Okay, sir.
incorporate that.
Yeah.
Vice Chancellor is telling that part. I think you have to incorporate that, and your sample also to justify. I think these things are very important in a quantitative paradigm, right? Please be mindful, Mr. Nahid.
Okay, sir. I will incorporate, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think we are running
one more
behind
comment,
time.
Professor Dinesh, one more comment.
Yes, sir.
In the conclusion, Nahid, in one place it says that customers are satisfied on adequate classroom and regular class. And again, in the same conclusive remarks, mention that external customers are not satisfied on adequate classroom. Right? So it's, contradictory concluding, remarks.
Oh, sir, I will review it. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, for your observation.
You need to that, of course, mindful, as that Professor Dinesh said, when you are, that, of course, right in this kind of, that research articles for the international conferences. Anyway, that we appreciate you, the effort of, submitting papers from Bangladesh to Sri Lanka, right? But young researchers, you need to mindful, once that you are, let's say, authoring this kind of competitive research articles. Okay. Right.
Okay,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Moraes, I think we have a limited time.
Yes.
As the chair, if you have any comments.
No, we'll go ahead with the other because time is up.
We can let the participants also maybe 1 minute. If anyone who is asking any questions, clarification from the audience. It seems, I think, no comments. I also have one comment. I will quickly give you that. Your sample selection also, you have to properly mention how you use random or non-random sampling. What's the sample frame, since this is a quantitative research. And also you talk about the one sample t-test. But I like to see between college or institution, if you can do a one-way ANOVA, mean comparison and the significance. Please be mindful about these things in your development for a journal or maybe better publication, Mr. Nahid and the team. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we can go for the third presentation in the order. That's a paper ID 48. That is about study on effect of undergraduates online learning readiness on behavioral changes towards learning. Very timely topic. Ratnayaka PA, Navaratna WDGAN. I think we can first listen to the presentation, and also Premaratna. There are 3 participants. First, we will listen to the presentation recording, then we can have the clarification. Thank you.
I'm Premaratna, Assistant Lecturer in Business Management, ICBT campus, and I'm here to present the research on the topic of the effect of undergraduates' online learning readiness towards the behavioral changes. And also, according to the content of my presentation, first of all, I would like to move to the background of the study. Due to the current pandemic situation, that means due to the COVID-19 pandemic situation, there are different changes which have been occurred within several industries. But anyhow, they have moved for these different changes by focusing on the technological enhancement and the different technologies which are available within the existing technological environment. So the educational industry can be recognized as a kind of industry which has recently adapted in a proper manner to the online platform, other than being limited for the blended learning procedure within this current pandemic situation. Based on that particular point of view, and it has become a kind of critical and significant research area that the most of the researchers have considered. So therefore, with that particular phenomena, the organizational and also different researchers have highly focused on the concept of online learning and the students' readiness towards the online learning procedures, as well as different factors under the online learning readiness has been identified by the author, like computer internet self-efficacy, self-directed learning, learner control, motivation for the learning, online communication self-efficacy. Likewise, several aspects have been recognized by the previous authors under the different investigations that they have done. Furthermore, students' attitudes and the norms can be recognized as one of the most important things that we have to consider when we are implementing different type of the learning procedures within the organizational and also the university context. So with that particular point, according to the theory of planned behavior, these attitudes and also norms can directly link with the students' behavior, because it has identified by the different authors as the antecedents of the students' behavior. So based on that particular situation, most of the scholars have recognized the significant factors under the behavioral changes and the impact of each and every these factor to the behavioral changes, like the changes of the attitudes, changes of the social norms. Likewise, several aspects they have highly focused. Since this online platform for the educational industry is a kind of new thing, and pandemic situation has created the significance of that particular concept. But since it is a kind of new one to the most of the students who are performing within the existing educational industry, this has become a kind of significant and important thing that they have to be highly adapted. So definitely this, because of this new adaptation, different technological and also the attitudes as well as the norms, likewise different changes have been occurred within the students, and the researchers have investigated regarding that particular situation. Especially different contradict findings available with the previously defined different dimensions under the online learning readiness. And due to this particular contradict results, the importance of investigation about these online learning readiness concept can be emphasized. Furthermore, this online platform is a kind of new thing to the Sri Lankan education system, especially for the universities, because they had been limited for the classroom methods and also the blended learning methods. So there is a lack of empirical research studies which are focused on this particular research phenomena. To address that particular research gap, the researchers have developed 3 research objectives, like as the initial one, assessing the level of undergraduates' online learning readiness and the behavioral changes, and also the impact of their readiness to the changes, and finally identifying the most influential factor on that. Furthermore, the previous literature have recognized different aspects under the online learning readiness concept under the other dimensions of the online learning readiness, and previous findings are emphasizing different theoretical and practical aspects in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic situation also. So based on the findings of the previous authors, the research developed a conceptual framework by identifying the online learning readiness as the independent variable and the behavioral changes as the dependent variable. So under the online learning readiness, 5 dimensions have been identified, as I mentioned earlier. And also, based on the conceptual framework, 5 hypotheses have tested within the present study by identifying the impact of each and every dimension to the students or undergraduates' behavioral changes. When focusing about the research design, it is quantitative in nature and also explanatory one. Furthermore, since it has collected data at once and since it has completed at once, it's a cross-sectional design, and the existing theoretical aspects have utilized in order to test the hypothesis, so the deductive approach can be recognized in relation to the present study. Sri Lankan undergraduate, all island undergraduates have selected as the study population, and out of them, 383 respondents have selected by using the Morgan table as the sample by using the stratified sampling technique. The data collected through a self-administrative questionnaire, which consists of questions regarding basic information and then online learning readiness, as well as finally behavioral changes. The collected data has utilized to consider or calculate the descriptive statistic and the partial least square structural equation model according to the achieving research objectives. So out of the Sri Lankan undergraduates, we can recognize 3 categories of the undergraduate, and this classification has done by the University Grant Commission. And according to this classification, 3 starters have recognized as state universities, open university, and the private universities. Out of them, 298, 74, and 11 students have selected respectively from each and every strata as the sample selection. Furthermore, according to the descriptive statistics that we completed to achieve the first objective, the level of online learning readiness and the behavioral changes, has been recognized based on the mean calculation, and all according to the results. As per the results, all the values are available at the most that mean almost agreed level. So that means the level of the online learning readiness and the behavioral changes can be recognized in a significant level. And based on that initial point, the structural equation modeling has been implemented by using the smart PLS software. And according to the path coefficient values, when it comes to the average change of the internet self-efficiency by 1 unit, the average change of the behavioral change is equal to 0.009. In the similar manner, when the other factors are equal to other changes of the other factors are equal to 1 unit, when the each and every factor is going to be equal to 0, the path coefficient values are respectively 0.196, 0.143, and 0.166 and 0.479. That means these factors are explaining the changes of the behavioral changes, average change of the behavioral changes of undergraduates due to the average change of each and every dimension by 1 unit. But anyhow, when we are considering about this structural equation model, the significant value is at a lower level when it comes to the internet self-efficacy, and it is higher than the 0.05. So it has created insignificant value, while other factors are creating a significant impact on the behavioral changes of the undergraduate. But anyhow, online communication self-efficacy has created high impact, and by using these dimensions, 77.3% of the behavioral changes can be collectively represented. So based on the findings, the researchers have concluded that computer internet self-efficacy has created internet self-efficiency has created insignificant impact. That means the first hypothesis can be rejected. And also when it comes to the most influential one, that is the online communication self-efficacy. So these findings are supporting for some of the previous studies and some of the contradictory findings available with the previous studies. But anyhow, these findings are supporting for the different implementations or implications for the educational industry of Sri Lanka. Future researchers, educational industry, and the specialists can use these different findings to continue their activities and develop the different online learning procedures within the existing phenomena. So based on the findings, different recommendations have been given by the previous authors, especially the internet self-efficiency needed to be enhanced during these online learning procedures, and the tutors and the universities needed to highly consider about the students' IT literacy before providing the other subject area knowledge through this online platform. And also it is suggested to use or add different kind of the IT related aspects to the existing syllabus, and also that will be more significant to enhance the two-way communication, since the students' online communication self-efficacy is a higher level, and we can use it in order to create innovative and related ideas from the students during the online procedures and to enhance the efficiency of this online learning platform within the Sri Lankan education system. And with that particular point, I would like to wind up my presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ratnayaka. Very interesting presentation and timely topic. I think first I would like to invite Vice Chancellor, sir. Any comments and clarifications?
Yes, and again, thank you. Really, I appreciate your research endeavor. Something goes wrong. Now, is it clear?
Yes, sir, we can hear.
Right. The study on the effect of undergraduate online learning readiness and behavioral changes towards learning. So I have the first question. Just it's not the question as such, it's the clarification. Now you have mentioned, Ms. Ratnayaka, your objectives of your study. In the first two objectives, the first objective, it says that to assess the levels of undergraduates' online learning readiness and behavioral changes during the COVID-19 outbreak. And the second objective, again, that you have laid down, to examine the effect of undergraduates' online learning readiness on their behavioral changes and during the COVID-19 outbreak. I perceived that, I mean, those two objectives are the same.
So I think from the first objective, I wanted to just check what about the existing ideas that they are having in relation to their online learning readiness and the behavioral changes. That means it's a kind of a general thing that I wanted to recognize. As the main objective of the study, I implemented that the recognition of the impact of readiness towards the behavioral changes. So, yeah.
I think that whatever that the second the sentence is most appropriate when you are writing the objective, because objective is let's say to check the readiness, right? And let's say again this very interesting topic. Now this came into the existence with the, that technology adoption in education, whether it's that I mean general education or the higher education. Now, what is your measurement about that how did you measure the readiness and the behavioral changes in this research? That is very important. How do you measure the that this kind of online learning readiness?
Okay, so basically I focus about the 5 dimensions that I have used in relation to the conceptual framework, like their communication efficiency and the usage of the internet and other related things, and also their own motivation and the controlling activities, likewise things I wanted to consider in relation to their readiness.
Readiness is that by force, so that I mean voluntary participation. That is also another query to ask. Readiness is because all even the conventional universities, I think Professor Dinesh also would agree with me, so migrated to the online platforms because I mean there were no any other alternative to that of course disseminate the knowledge from the university to the student. So therefore, of course, in our country, suddenly that the UGC came up with the proposal of that Zoom, and thereafter again telecommunication companies again UGC communicated with them to provide the that what is called the free data support only for the LMS and everything. So therefore that's why it is not the readiness from the student side, learner side.
Yes.
It is, I don't think that it's from the learner side. So therefore, I hope that you have mixed something when you are doing this research. I think you could have done this, focus of this research should have been not the readiness, the effectiveness. The effectiveness of that online education to achieve the program learning outcomes.
Yes.
You have to be specific when you are doing a research. That's my comment for the further improvement of your that area of interest, Mr. Ratnayak. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
I also have a few clarifications. One thing was, I didn't, sir, rightly mention this thing like measurements. You have to define something called in quantitative research operational definitions. You have to say what's the definition of readiness. Then you are having several dimensions also, but you need from the literature, this is the particular definition I adopted from these people. And also behavioral change is a very broad construct, right? We don't know behavioral changes into which aspect you are looking at, maybe class participation or the engagement, right? I didn't see in your research paper, you are talking about these definitions. Therefore, think about what's the definition you had if you are going for a good journal or higher publication. That is one thing. Other thing is the measurement scale also I didn't see, like what you call operationalization. I didn't see the operationalization as sir mentioned. I think you don't have those things, no? But you develop the questionnaire.
No, sir. The confirmatory fact analysis I have already done. Since I have included it, I didn't mention about the operationalization.
That's very true. No, the Professor, but the Professor Dinesh and myself is emphasizing Mr. Ratnayak. So when you do the literature review, while that you are doing the literature review, you can prepare a table of operationalization, right? Authors' names, methodology, variables, right, and measurement and the scale.
Yes, I think I missed that part. Yeah.
Right.
Please try to reorganize those things You have done a very good analysis. I think SCM, I think that is great. But as Sir mentioned, literature review should be not just reporting, it should be something to synthesize how you came up with each hypothesis. That is another thing. And better, I like if you can have some sort of a demographic analysis also in the sample, right? What's the particular year, gender, even maybe there are sometimes geographical area, even those also may be affecting maybe for this relationship. Last question is about, you had rejected one hypothesis that is about the self-efficacy, compute and IT. But you are having one recommendation to improve computer skills and the efficiency or something. Then what's the logic? Like you say that there is no relationship between self-efficacy of computer and IT literacy on this behavioral change, but you ask when there is no relationship to improve that. What's the rationale?
But I think that actually when we are focusing about the online platform, definitely internet literacy and also such kind of things needed to be available with the students. Sometimes the behavioral changes towards the online procedures can be improved more if we are going to consider about such kind of aspects. That's why I suggested it actually.
But yes, but you have to bring some literature further to back it.
Yeah.
Then this hypothesis is rejected. But if you look at this group also, Generation Z is a generation, right? Therefore, I think they are having that thing in their mind, right? They were brought up in a particular culture where they see the computer, internet. That might be there is no relationship sometimes. It is not affecting. It is not affecting sometimes. They are having the confidence or something. It's sometimes not maybe neutralized. I don't know. That's why you can propose that in the further research also.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
audience,
much.
any questions? I think this is a very interesting topic anyway. Audience, we can give you maybe 1 minute maximum to raise any questions.
Dr. Moraes is also there.
Yes.
One
Dr.
more
Moraes.
comment. Before
for analyzing these issues which we have been discussing recently. So it's a good contribution. I have one small question in defining a problem, say online learning challenges or whatever. Were you able to benefit from the national level surveys already done by institutions that about mobile usage, penetration, and using technologies for education? I mean, I came to know only 30% of the population have access to certain devices for learning and all. So were you able to, I mean, contextualize your research problem in the context of larger researches already done, and in that context, how students have been facing challenges? I don't know whether you have been able to factor those into this study.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Along with Dr. Moraes, the comment, there is a study in Sri Lanka done by the UCSC, University of Colombo School of Computing, for the Asian Development Bank. It is available in the web now. So I just suggest you to read that one. And also, when you define the readiness, I think that you have forgotten completely when I said that in the outset technology adoption, there are two models. That is a TAM model, technology, that acceptance model, and modified technology acceptance model by one of the authors known as Venkatesh. I think that in the literature review, so you should include that those background to this kind of study. So then that your study would be very much meaningful and contributed existing body of knowledge.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good.
Thank you very much. Audience, any clarifications or questions? I think it seems no questions or clarification. Then we can go to the next presentation. Thank you, Ms. Ratnayaka, for the interesting presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Then we are having paper ID 49. That's about exploring successful online teaching methods for university teachers in the management stream in Sri Lanka. Pereira K, Pereira S, Sumanaratna D, Malshan P, Nisha J, and Sumudu M. There is a group of researchers, very interesting topic. Then first we can listen to their presentation recording. Then we can go for the question and clarification. Thank you.
Good day to all of you. I am Shashini Pereira. These are my group members, Krishani, Pavan and Devni. So we are here to represent Slit Business School. We are specialized in accounting and finance. So our research conducted in relation to the CRP module. So first I would like to thank the committee members of selecting us for a first international conference on management entrepreneurship. So our specially thank goes to our supervisor Dr. Nisha and our co-supervisor Ms. Sumudu who guide us throughout the entire process. So today Krishani and me presenting this presentation because there is a limited time. But other two members' contribution of this presentation are here. So moving on to today, we are going to present about exploring successful online teaching method of university teachers in management stream in Sri Lanka. So moving on to outline, you can see this is our outline. So next I am going to talk about our introduction. The concept online learning. You know, these days lot of people are talking about online learning. Why is that? It is due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to this reason, in Sri Lanka also the traditional education shifted to the online learning. To maintain this online learning, teachers have used lot of online teaching method. So in here we are exploring the effective online teaching method of university teachers in the management stream. When we move into our problem statement, Sri Lankan, especially in Sri Lankan, there was a limited number of studies have been conducted to test the successful online teaching method. And also, these methods are not presented in a one context. The knowledge of online teaching method are scattered around the Sri Lanka. Therefore, this research is presented as a knowledge gather study that have a positive impact to the society as well. So, let's see our research objective. Our main objective was to explore the effective online teaching method of university in Sri Lanka. Moving on to the literature review part, we have been reviewing our literature review by using past research papers. So you can see some of them are in here. So moving on to our methodology part, our research design was qualitative research method because we conducted exploratory research and also you can see we use semi-structured interview to collect our data. From this we can gather information in a widely range and also our data analysis method was thematic analysis. Moving on to our population, all university lecturers who are engaged in the online teaching is our population and also our sampling was 10 online teachers who have more than 5-year teaching experience. And also you can see we use two sampling technique to conduct our research, that was purposive sampling and snowball sampling. When it comes to purposive sampling, the sampling used initiate to identify first few participants. Then we move to snowball sampling. It helps to select the rest of the sample under the recommendation from the first few participants. So then we move to data collection and analysis part. In here, as I said earlier, we conducted 10 interviews. It goes around 20 minutes from the one participant. So the interview took place over the phone, Zoom and Microsoft Teams platform. All the interviews were recorded using voice recorder with the consent of the participant. Then after the audio recorded were transcribed by us. After that, by analyzing the transcripted document, we identify what are the common themes and the quarters that support to our research. Then after the transcripted document compare with each other and we identify what are the similarities are there and what are the difference in there. So in next slide you can see What are the themes we have founded from our transcripted document? There is a four common themes. Those are asynchronous teaching, mixed approach, and flipping classroom. So I would like to invite Prashani to continue the presentation.
Okay, by observing the above common themes, we identified several effective online teaching methods. Synchronous online teaching. In here, instructor and the students are involved in the course content at same time but from different locations. All the participants we interviewed agreed that synchronous method is an effective method of online teaching. And some of them argued that this is the best alternative for traditional classes. For universities, Zoom and MS Teams are used as most common platforms. To stimulate students' active participation towards course content, lecturers practice several approaches such as game-based teaching and software such as Kahoot and Mentimeter. They widely use them. And if we talk about other techniques, participants mentioned about using mind maps, Jamboard links, and Google Sheets and Zoom breakout rooms while teaching synchronously. If we talk about other teaching method, an asynchronous online teaching is another effective method we observed. In here, students and teachers interact with the course content from different location and different time. And all the participants mentioned that this is an effective online teaching method and they have been using this even before the COVID-19 pandemic. And one professor mentioned that he started using this method since 2010. And all the participants mentioned that they upload subject materials, PowerPoint slides, video, and other related things to the LMS pages. Further, the respondents have mentioned, since this is a student-centered method, teachers should focus more on stimulating the students' engagement to the course content. And university lecturers have mentioned of using several techniques for that purpose. They widely use LMS forums for the active discussions with these students and Padlet software and Pearsol software for increase the enthusiasm for reading. And if we look into the next slide, we can see it is about blended online teaching. As mentioned here, it is combination of both synchronous and asynchronous online teaching. And most of the participants commented that they are currently using this approach and it is more effective as a mix. The reason is, as a combination, this approach can eliminate the drawbacks of using each previous methods alone. Further, they have mentioned that for a country like Sri Lanka, mixed approach is more effective because of the internet issues, electricity issues, and other related issues. If we move on to the next slide, we can see that flipped classroom as an online teaching method is also an effective method. And in here, it is a mix of synchronous and asynchronous method. And this method is not widely used in Sri Lanka, but lecturers mentioned that it is an effective method since it stimulates students' thinking capacity and active participation on the course content. What happened in this method is that students are supposed to learn on their own prior to the class time, and lecturers upload all the related materials priorly. And synchronous class time is used to discuss problems, to activities, and to do peer-to-peer collaborations. The only drawback here is that it is not practical for every subject, but for most of the subjects related to the business management can use this method. And in the next slide, we can see a summary of our results. And in here, asynchronous and synchronous methods are identified as effective methods, and the most effective methods, those are blended and biconus method or flipped classroom method. And in the discussion session, we can see finally we have identified synchronous method, asynchronous method, biconus or blended method, and flipped online classroom method as effective online teaching method. However, the role of teacher is greatly influenced for success of this method. In Sri Lanka, asynchronous method is used in Sri Lankan universities even before the COVID-19 pandemic, and synchronous method has become popular after the pandemic. And university lecturers strongly believe that biconus or the blended online teaching method and the flipped classroom method can provide more benefit. And if we talk about the further implication, that Statistics shows more than 150,000 students are qualified for the university entrance in Sri Lanka for a year. And out of them, only 40,000 students are selected to the universities. And the reason is lack of the facilities and capacities of Sri Lankan universities. If online education can be implied widely in the Sri Lankan context, this problem can be eliminated and the majority of qualified students will be able to pursue their higher education dream. Furthermore, it is recommended to conduct an exploratory study on a combination of flipped classroom method and bicorners method for the university studies. This is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the team. Again, a very interesting study, qualitative study. I think we can open the forum first, Vice Chancellor sir and Dr. Moraes.
Yeah. So thank you, Professor Dinesh, and of course, Mr. Pereira. It's very interesting, of course, area that you have touched upon. And now you, of course, research on exploring successful online teaching methods. And because you may that have in mind what is the best teaching method, that when it comes to the online. So my first clarification from you is that for this research, in your sample, you have selected only 10 online, teachers, which is having, that 5 years of experience, right? That is my first clarification. Why that you have confined your sample into the only 5?
Yes, we take 10 lecturers because when we conducting interviews and the 10th point we identify, we can't get a different idea from that. So we take as it's a saturate point. So that's why we end from the 10th participants.
But I think it is not representative, that because this, 10 is whatever the sample that you cannot, generalize with, that, so 10 ideas of this, that whole concept about online education. I think you need to expand the sample selection. And again, in your second point, just to, improve your research, when it comes to the online education, of course, that you have to have, clear-cut definitions, because it is in our university open and distance learning. And then say again in the world, it now says that open, flexible and distance learning. And again, so another, that group is saying that blended learning. And there are, that clear-cut, that some of the, let's say, distinctions are there when we come to the, what is called, that known as online learning. So therefore that you have to very clearly mention that which online learning that you are focusing for this kind of research. That is the another suggestion you can answer, or that you can defend later on. And next thing is that you have very well mentioned that. I like that part. And synchronous and asynchronous, that online teaching methods. And of course, Moodle platform, LMS is used, more than now almost 15 to 20 years in Sri Lanka as well. And but you have mentioned very good point in your presentation. Under the synchronous methods, you said that university teachers are using what is known as Kahoot, Mentimeter, Gozo Box, and Padlet. So therefore, my question is that whether it is, online teaching methods or interactive tools for online teaching.
Actually, sir, can you please ask the question again? Actually,
Yeah, you have mentioned, Krishani, in your presentation, under the asynchronous teaching, university teachers are using Kahoot, Mentimeter.com, Padlet, and Gozo Box. My question is that whether those tools are interactive tools while we are doing online teaching, or exclusively defined like Zoom platform or Google Team, right?
actually,
That you need to clear this concept.
yes,
It is not, clear in your, research.
yeah.
Those are interactive tools, while that we are, that adopting what is called for the online teaching methods. Because if the university teacher engage in teaching research methodology, Dr. Moraes will, comment on this. He's also, that I'm a very good lecturer in. So research methodology, Padlet is the best, not the Kahoot, right? If you need to test the learning outcome of the session very quickly, Kahoot is the best. You understand? As young researchers, you need to first use those tools and to understand to do the research. That is my comment on it. Right? Okay.
Yeah, I think, of course, the sample may be fine. It's an interesting analysis. Trying to, inquire into the experiences of university teachers in the process of, adopting more and more online teaching. So that's a relevant point that you're analyzing. But in the final part, the interpretation part, interpretation of your data, I couldn't, I saw lack of clarity, because I saw you have presented a lot of statements made by the teachers, and you have reported as they are. But when formulating themes, I couldn't see the prominent themes be highlighted and supported by these, statements. So that's the process of interpretation, and you suddenly led to certain conclusion. But I didn't see the formulation of theme, because you claim it is thematic analysis, isn't it? So what are the key themes that you would highlight and support with the qualitative data that you have collected?
Okay, so the main things we have identified are that the synchronous method, asynchronous method, then the blended method, and the flipped classroom method. Those are the main 4 themes we have identified. And previously we have identified 8 themes, and out from them we identified this 4 theme.
Right, and we will leave it to the audience also to comment on your findings.
Yes, the audience, any clarification, right? It's time to raise any clarifications. Very interesting study, timely one. I think I also agree with Dr. Moraes. I think you talk about the thematic analysis. You had some narratives, but you should see something novel and different, like not simply reporting in terms of the literature, like maybe 3 types of learning. Sometimes there can be some interesting insights in terms of themes, maybe very few themes. At least if you can mention the process you had, like you had some open coding, then you had some maybe sort of other emerging maybe themes or the categories, like there is a process in thematic analysis. Therefore, I think better if you can refer to some literature on how to do a thematic analysis, that might give you some interesting insights using your same findings, right? You are having good set of findings, I think. But better if you can present that in terms of some interesting themes that is relevant to this particular sample people and the particular scenario in management stream. I think you mentioned some nice things in your discussion, but I didn't see them as emerging themes or something. I think that you had to be mindful about. And the other thing is about, you talk about 10 lecturers, no? Like theoretical saturation was the particular logic. But what you talk about this snowball sampling, purposive sampling, then how did you select these people? Like when you approach these people, purposive and these things, you said that lecturers who were having less than 5 years experience you had selected, no? That's a composition.
More than 5, sir.
More than five. In that also, like, did you look at some of the special characteristic of the lecturers? Now you need the representativeness, I think. Even the vice chancellors have mentioned the representativeness, right? Even in qualitative, that can be very important, I think. Theoretical sample. Did you look at anything like that?
Are you asking about that how we get our samples?
Yes. To make sure
Yes.
representativeness, maybe even the lecturers also, like, more than 5 years experience, but
Yeah.
sometimes maybe some maybe discipline can be there. You are talking about the broader business or the management faculties. Now,
Yes.
there can be sometimes some maybe more quantitative related management disciplines are there. Maybe some maybe more qualitative aspect. Likewise, anything did you look at? I don't know.
Actually, when we selecting the first few samples, we using purposive sampling, we get the recommendations from our university lecturers, and that's why we selected the first two interviewers, and then they recommended us that these lecturers are good in online teaching, so you can interview them. So that's how we get the rest of the samples.
But within these categories, you didn't analyze anything, no? Like perhaps you could have re-look into the particular data and the things in the thematic analysis. That's why I didn't see the emerging themes or something, as Dr. Moraes mentioned. You can be mindful about these things. Thank you very much. I think no questions from the audience. Then we can go to the next presentation. Thank you very much, the team.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Then we are having next paper ID 70, that is about the impact of students' awareness on adaptability of e-learning during COVID-19 pandemic. Again, something relevant to this online teaching, very interesting. Taranga MGT and Siva Yogatasan V. I think first we can listen to the presentation, then we can go for the question and clarification. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tulani Taranga. I'm a student of SEMBA 15th intake of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Let me briefly explain my research study, the impact of students' awareness on adaptability of e-learning during COVID-19 pandemic. So, as we are all aware by now, the coronavirus disrupted global supply chains, distribution channels, and economic demand. Sri Lanka's primary and higher education sectors were also severely affected by the new regulations on movement restrictions, which caused the transformation from the face-to-face traditional classroom to distance learning using online platforms. Owing to this situation, electronic learning or e-learning has become the only possible solution to deliver uninterrupted and continuous studies in this new normal, paving the way for an opportunity to address the continuity of the learning process. So the question at hand was how to continue studies during the period of university closure. E-learning was the remedy for that compelling issue because it provided a greater level of accessibility and flexibility. With that, we adjusted to that learning environment even though we didn't know much about the process. Therefore, the current study was intended to identify the impact of the importance of studying students' awareness on the adaptability of e-learning. Since the e-learning won't work without a computer, internet, and some supporting software, the students' awareness of technological requirements has been identified as one of influencing factors on e-learning adaptability. Likewise, as students had to shift from traditional learning environment to e-learning, their awareness of change of their responsibilities in e-learning environment and their awareness of e-learning environment have also been recognized, identified that there might have an influence on e-learning adaptability. Because compared with e-learning environment, the face-to-face classes we know have a controlled environment and students are expected to pay attention and give more active participation. On the other hand, in a traditional classroom, the lecturer has the control over the class and the students are free to raise questions and get feedbacks. Whereas in e-learning sometimes had limited this scope for such interaction. Therefore, the students' awareness of interpersonal relations between instructor and the students has also identified that might be an influencing factor on e-learning adaptability. So in this context, the study was intended to study the impact of students' awareness on adaptability of e-learning because it would be beneficial if we can understand how to productively utilize e-learning as a solution for the accompanying issues in the higher education sector in Sri Lanka. Not during the pandemic, but after things turned to normal as well as the situation brought an opportunity to improve. So these are the hypotheses developed based on the conceptual framework of the study. First hypothesis is whether there is a significant importance of awareness of technological requirements on e-learning adaptability. Then whether there is a significant impact of awareness of change of responsibilities on e-learning adaptability was the second hypothesis. Then third one was whether there is a significant impact of awareness of the e-learning environment of e-learning on e-learning adaptability. Then the fourth one, whether there is a significant impact of awareness of interpersonal relations between instructor and student on e-learning adaptability. Then this is a brief summary of the methodology of the study. So the research design was qualitative, non-probability sampling method of snowball sampling method utilized as the sampling technique. Undergraduates, those who have been studying in an e-learning environment, was the target population. A self-administered structured questionnaire with 5 Likert scale questions were distributed via Google Form and was able to collect 158 responses. Those collected responses then analyzed using regression analysis to test the hypothesis. The descriptive analysis of the study showed that among those 158 respondents, majority of 54% of students were female, and the students who represented the Faculty of Computing were the highest response percentage of 61% compared with the other faculties. Then Zoom was the favorite e-learning software app among students with 53% responses, and user friendliness was the main reason compared with the other given features. Then the findings of the hypothesis testing revealed that students' awareness of technological requirements has a greater influence on e-learning adaptability, while the students' awareness of change of their responsibilities in an e-learning environment and awareness of the e-learning environment also showed a positive impact on e-learning adaptability. Therefore, first 3 hypotheses, H1, H2, and H3, alternative hypotheses were accepted. On the other hand, the result showed that students' awareness of interpersonal relations between instructor and student in an e-learning setting has no significant impact on e-learning adaptability, which made to reject alternative hypothesis and accept null hypothesis instead. So as it was identified that technological requirements has a greater influence on e-learning adaptability, it is recommended to consider developing creative and simplified e-learning environments for the learners to actively participate in the online learning community and participate in learning activities that promote interaction with the content, the instructor, and the learners in online classes, and also to conduct online training programs on online education tools and students' roles in an e-learning setting for better outcomes. It is also be beneficial that the evaluation of the feasibilities of establishing reliable and valid performance measurements promote systematic efforts that to train academic and non-academic staff and ensure that students, faculty, staff, and administrators all the stakeholders receive adequate training to use electronic resources. Even though finding shows that students' awareness of interpersonal relations between instructor and student in an e-learning setting has no significant impact on e-learning adaptability, it is recommended to train and develop the capacity of instructors for conducting online courses, teaching strategies, evaluating and assessing student performance online, and the use of new technologies for the sustainable approach in online learning. So all in all, it is identified that there is an impact of students' awareness of technological requirements, change of responsibilities, and the environment of e-learning on the adaptability of e-learning, and there has no significant impact of students' awareness of interpersonal relations between instructor and students on the adaptability of e-learning. So in this context, some areas were identified for further research, like research to measure the students' perception and their satisfaction about online learning, regularly to update management information and take corrective actions for better results if situation demands such corrective action. Then a deeper understanding of the critical factors that make students feel a difference between the learning outcomes in an online environment compared to the face-to-face classroom situation. And there may be factors other than what has been highlighted in this study for delivering e-learning adaptability. Then the quality assurance and benchmarks for e-learning are yet to be developed, and it would be beneficial to research the best practices and develop the QA, quality assurance, needed for e-learning. So this is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. I think Ms. Taranga, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Very interesting presentation. And again, about education and e-learning, very contemporary topic. I think Dr. Moraes, you can start any clarifications, then I will.
No, it's a good study. I mean, most of these studies are very relevant studies. They are analyzing current issues that should be appreciated. But as for your conclusion, it's not clear to me. What are you finally trying to say? I mean, after studying these online matters, it's about students, right? It's not clear to me as to what is your conclusion. What are you finally saying, actually?
Actually, sir, the objective was the finding whether there's the influence, the technical awareness of the students and the change of environment. And those factors have an effect on the adaptability of e-learning. So the findings revealed that the technological awareness of students has a greater influence on the adaptability, and as well as their awareness of the change of their responsibilities and how to perform and how to be very behavior in e-learning environment. Those factors have the greater influence, while the relationship between instructor and the student, because we know when it comes to the face-to-face learning environment, the e-learning environment is different, and the students has that they are very likely to be have the not the controlled environment. So the instructor has a greater responsibility in the e-learning environment. So that those findings, the hypothesis testing revealed that based on the responses, that there is no significant impact on the adaptability of e-learning. those are the conclusion I actually came to based on the dependent and independent variables.
Though it's true, but for me, it looks very obvious because if a student has some knowledge already, some exposure to technology, I mean, the adaptability should be high. I don't know. It looks very obvious. And so that's why I couldn't really make anything out of that. Whether you are revealing anything more than that was my question. Maybe you have confirmed it. That's all. That's how I should take it. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Moraes. I think Ms. Taranga, I have one clarification whether you look at adaptability of e-learning or adoptability, adoption.
It's the adaptability, sir. Adaptability.
Yes, anything that led you to look at this adaptability now. First, you maybe adopt something, then you might adapt according to your requirements or maybe sort of customization. What's the particular background or the thing that led you to look at this adaptability as the particular dependent variable?
Actually, sir, as my own experience, I have found it is very difficult to just suddenly move into the e-learning environment because of the awareness of technical requirements. And sometimes whether I didn't know how to participate in the e-learning environment. So those were the things were in my mind. So I thought about doing a research how these factors, especially the independent variables, would affect to the adaptability. How student can perform very well in an e-learning environment, whether if they have better awareness about the environment and their responsibilities and behavior in e-learning environment.
Yes, I think I understand, but I like if you could have given some maybe secondary data or something relevant to the selection of your particular dependent variable in the as a problem statement when you develop.
Okay.
Maybe if you can give some evidence, some background investigation to back that, that is more clearer. That's a comment I have. And the other thing is you are talking about all 4 independent variables about the awareness.
Yeah.
Awareness of technical requirements and like that. If you look at this after awareness, sometimes maybe knowledge, those things might be more important further, but you look at only awareness. Any specific reasons why you are not looking at any other, maybe other consequences, maybe knowledge level, there can be some mediating variables that might leads to adaptability, better adaptability.
Yes, I found that e-learning is a wide area to study, but so I had to limit my research study for a particular area about the awareness. So I found that it would be beneficial to understand whether the students are aware about their responsibility and the environment. So I took those variables instead of wandering other areas.
Yes, I understand, but you can do further research about after awareness. There can be so many intermittent variables like knowledge that might better use in your model, I think. That is another comment. Yes, Mr.
I bear the advice, sir. I bear the advice in my mind. So thank you very much.
And the other thing is about how did you measure these things, operationalization? Like you had several independent and dependent variables. You are having a quantitative positivistic paradigm. Therefore, how did you measure? I didn't see in your paper the particular operationalization measurement and how did you adopt these indicators? What about the validity, reliability, and those things? I didn't see that much.
There are validity and reliability measurements. I think there are several tables actually.
Okay, yes. What's the sources of these indicators? How did you develop this question operationalization of the measures?
Mainly based on the literature reviews, sir.
But you could have like acknowledged those things, no? What are the indicators you use for these things? I think,
not in the paper. The paper
since we are interested in knowing that, that's why, right? We are asking questions since we are interested in this study, right? That's why we are asking, even the adaptability. That's the other thing. And you had, I think, interesting findings, no? Like, then do you think that practically, like whether these things can be implemented? If so, how can you do something maybe as a practical things for the Sri Lankan sector? Any further suggestions you have? Like you had some general suggestions.
Yes, because now we know how it goes. We know the system, how it works. But the thing is, the people involved in the system need further, the awareness, maybe some workshops or maybe seminar about how they perform in a virtual environment. So I'm that, for example, in this session, we have given all sort of information beforehand to get ready. So I think that's a unique thing in such a virtual environment. So I suggest every university or higher education institution to do the same. It will be beneficial and will increase the productivity eventually.
Yes. And last thing, you had asked about three different categories you had, no students in your population and also in the sample. What's the particular like demographics of your sample? Demographics?
Yes, yeah.
You
Mainly
had rural students. Likewise, I saw that in your
yeah.
sample. Did
Yes.
you have any between group analysis? Like then it would be more interesting. Like if you can do a mean comparison or something about their level of maybe awareness and also level of adaptability. If you can do one way and or something further, we can see more interesting findings. You didn't do any
No,
group
sir, I
between group
didn't. No,
analysis.
not the group analysis.
Also, I mean, it will be interesting to know who has this awareness, who had this awareness. We know very well, I mean, maybe the income and other social, statuses can influence this awareness. So we don't see across the student populations much awareness. There may be a group of people who are aware, who have been aware of this, right? Who had this awareness and they adapted quickly. So that is only maybe a small group of people. So for wider policy analysis and understanding, I mean, maybe more disaggregated analysis may be more useful in terms of revealing something behind this. Awareness is fine. Awareness will definitely lead to quick adaptation. That's fine. That's very obvious. But what is more than that will be more insightful. Thank you.
Yes. Sometimes maybe some moderating variables, socio-economic factors, demographics behind this scenario could have influence. Like rural students are there. Likewise, you can see like different subpopulations. Therefore, please be mindful about that. I
Yes.
think Vice Chancellor is also there. I think he's busy with some meetings
No,
also.
actually, he has to leave, so he excused and left.
Okay. Audience, any clarification? Very interesting study. We can give one opportunity, right? In no audience, right? Questions so far. I think in a conference we like to see right from the audience. There is no something called wrong questions, right?
Good study. Appreciate you. Yeah.
Yes. Then congratulations, Miss Taranga.
Thank you
We
very
can
much,
go
sir.
to our fifth presentation, I think, right? We have had 4 presentations. Now we are having next presentation, paper ID 54. Student for formulator, a tracking system for performance measurement of undergraduates using convolutional neural network model. I think that is something relevant to big data analytics, very interesting area about this analytics, business analytics, relevant to big data and the programming into business and the student behavior. Then we will go for that presentation first, then we can go for the question and answer it. Thank you.
Good morning to all. I am Mrs. Tuvana Sadish Kumar, my co-author Dr. Purnavati Silvarajan. Our research topic is Students for Formulator, a ranking system for performance measurement of undergraduates using convolutional neural network model. In the current scenario, higher education institutions need to ensure their quality in various criteria. By that, they have to meet some certain standards and the requirements in order to prove their institutional performance. The performance monitoring involves assessment which serve a vital role in providing information that is geared to help students, lecturers, administrators, and policymakers to take decisions. This paper will profile students from factual and partly behavior factors. The performance profiling is dependent on motivation, attributes, peer influence, curriculum, and wider continued real-time monitoring of students' performance using a simple rapid response system. The authors studied the machine learning technique for the prediction of students' performance using historical data. Here, the machine learning meaning, it is a branch of artificial intelligence which focuses on the use of data and algorithms to imitate the way that humans learn, gradually improving its accuracy. Now I come to the research problem. The researchers done the study based on a practical issue which is often facing on their university. They observed as a student counselors, most of the students in the university are not aware of the criteria for fulfilling the degree program, which was given in the student handbook. It seems some capable students are missing the opportunities regarding specialization or getting graduation on time. Underneath the requirement, they didn't realize normally. Therefore, we need a monitoring mechanism for ensuring that the students are moving in the correct direction for achieving their goals, in addition to providing the criteria of their degree program. Objectives of this study. We list out the main objectives. First one is to update the student status on their progression according to the predetermined zone. Second one, then we provide the management a way to monitor and organize students' progress through developing a ranking system with machine learning algorithms, the relevant stakeholders. By means, the head of the department, dean of the faculties, lecturers, student counselors, like that. They can measure of their undergraduates' performance and also the classification they have to supervise learning, which will direct the students. And we mainly expect the students who are in dangerous zone of completing the degree program. Now the literature review. Here we list out some key literatures. The study, they mentioned about the higher education's quality assurance. Its shortcomings have been noticed, which have not been treated sufficiently. There is a lack of a unified quality assessment system may be found in the fact that the quality of higher education institution has a different meaning for different groups of educations, users, and the stakeholders. Another study described the application of big data in the field of education. They use the big data techniques incorporated in different ways of learning analytics such as performance prediction of the system. The last study, they proposed a machine learning based technique by using two state-of-the-art classifiers. The data was collected there from various secondary schools. According to the analysis of the above key literature, we selected a supervised machine learning technique of ranking system of student status. The tools are extracted by using techniques which involved in the convolutional neural network modeling. And the student behavior is used to catalog the course. Here, how does a convolutional neural network works? Each specific neuron receives numerous input and then takes a weighted sum over them. Where it passes through an activation function and responds back with an output. Now the methodology, we collected the data from some selected faculties of the University of Jaffna through the online, and we provide the structured questionnaire. There are 350 students responded. Altogether, we received 27 attributes and more than 9,000 recorded. By the 352 students responded. every respondent, we got the 20 from every respondent, we got the 27 recorded. In that manner, we received more than 90,000 recorded. The study proposes a ranking system measuring performance with early predetermined zone. Here, our aim of the development of a convolutional neural network model is based on improved feature selection. Firstly, we apply the, here I am explaining the significant test. We used some other test also. We performed the statistical chi-square test to find out the most appropriate predicted variable. For student status prediction, we performed this analysis on the SPSS. Then we did the analysis, convolutional neural network analysis on Python programming with the selected with these selected libraries. Here, this diagram shows that overview of this system of the student status prediction. Next, we will go one by one every process. The first process of this system, acquisition of data set. Acquire the data set which contains 27 attributes and 9,504 recorded by 354 students respondents. Here the last attribute, here I mentioned the last attribute, 27 attribute we collected as the input. Last two attribute 28 and 29 are to be calculated. Next, I move to the data processing. To develop an effective predict model, it is essential to apply the data pre-processing steps because the raw data degrades the performance of the machine learning classifiers. We perform these pre-processing steps on the Microsoft Excel. Here, there are some questions positive manner, some questions are negative manner, and also the questions with the different Likert scales. But mainly we are using the 2 Likert scales and the 4 Likert scales. According to that, I assign the values. We use the Excel filtering function for converting the categorical variable into numerical data. In the data pre-processing, when we perform the machine learning analysis, we use the sklearn test split function with the splitting 80% and the 80% for training and 20% for the testing. It was done according to the rules of applying CNN model, convolutional neural network model. The model, applying the model, the requirement, we need to test at least 70% of the data. According to that, we figure the 80% for training. In the feature selection, we perform the chi-square test on the student prediction data set to select the desired attributes having more dependency with the target class using the SPSS. Here we say that we selected top 10 shared outputs. Here the test great differences. The great differences between the expected and the actual data produce a larger chi-squared value. And also the p-value, the purpose of the p-value, it is a key determinant to access our result. If the p-value is 0.05 or lower, the result is indicated. These are the significant with the targeted value. Now the Excel spreadsheet analysis, we additionally found the possible range of the value. When we assign this numerical value, we also additionally find the we calculate that the 28 one is the calculated the average value between 20 to 27 features there. 20 to 27 are every level GPA values. based on the students, they are providing the information up to the present level. Then that's why we define the 28th variable. It is the average expected value of the GPA. This value we define this. We calculated this value with use of by using the Excel function, and also 29 after converting the numerical values to every features, this value is also possible to define the target value. Then additionally, we found the possible ranges of the value. Four values are we found that minimum target value based on this minimum target value and the maximum target value, and also two intermediate stage values also found that. According to that, we found the four ranges value. In the ascending order manner, the lowest ranges value, we put the label very dangerous. The target value in the lowest range, it is a very dangerous zone. It indicated by a red color. Then the next interval, next smallest interval, it is a dangerous zone. We indicated by the color orange. Then the third one, protected zone, it is indicated by yellow. The largest range of the value, it indicated the will protect the zone. It's indicated by the green color. Here the Excel, we performed all these things. Additionally, the transforming the numeric categorical data into numerical data, we find out the average value and also the target value, and also we predict the zone also. Because of it is, if we by we calculating this all in the Excel sheet, it was easily to feed the data to the machine learning, the SK-learn model, machine learning of the SK-learn model to the Python. Here we train the data set 0.8 and the test 0.2 in that manner, and also this algorithm run up to 1000 above. After running this 1000 above, the model accuracy was found 0.814. It is mean 81.42. Now I come to the discussion and implication. We performed the machine learning analysis with first time by using all 28 features as input, and the last variable is a target value variable. And also using the top rank features, selected the input, and the last final grade as predict the output value. Already we described that. Through this, I am telling we performed the fully machine learning analysis to this by through these systems. The second one is that these experiments of the proposed approach is conducted on the student benchmark data set. The experiment results show that the proposed model achieved this result to 81%. The researchers believe that we can improve this accuracy up to the 90 level in the further studies. Our suggestion is there are only significant features are considered for the prediction. There are the consideration of other features such as student social and cultural characteristics we didn't consider more about, and we spend time to that. By we spending to the time to that, we can improve the accuracy of our predicted systems. Here I list out the references to key literatures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Devaka. I think you are there, right? Very interesting study. I think that is something very useful. I saw that you had a very good performance gap at the beginning about the research problem. Very practical issue you are going to solve using this study, right?
Yes, sir. I am experienced as a student counselor. I observed for many years the issues on student side.
whereby you assume that student, when they know get the feedback quickly, they can maybe better perform, right?
Yeah. It is a key idea for my research.
Okay, then you have taken particular maybe R analysis ultimately, no, your program. So not R, Python. You use Python.
Yeah, Python.
Python supervised learning.
Supervised learning.
Your
It is
module.
semi-supervised learning, I think.
Okay. Then you had taken several variables in developing your model to predict this performance. Then like any other factors you could have considered, you had male, gender, male, female, like qualitative nominal variables. But anything more than that, that might again you could have considered like.
Yeah, sir. That's why I mentioned on the discussion part, I didn't consider more about the social characteristic, only focused spending time on studies and the GPA. If I involve the social characteristic which are most involving in the students' performance, it may increase the system. It may increase their performance.
That is not in the current model.
Yeah.
Then you think that like this model can be further retest and see whether what you say can be implemented, like any proposal like that. Now you talk about they can get the feedback, but have you done anything after this about implementation?
Yeah, sir. I think my system not achieved the whole fully, but if we predicted the system fully, then we can suggest for the students LMS system, learning management system. I think then they can know about the progress on time. I think students learning management system can include the GPA and the necessary requirement. Additionally, passing the course unit, some course units are requirement to pass. Every degree program having the special requirement, whether they fill the requirement on every level. In that manner, we can include the system. I think additionally than the machine learning, if we go with the deep learning, then it may be achieved this goal. At initial level, I hope it is achieved this study.
And I find in your research paper, the discussion and the conclusion, I think very poor, right? Compared to the other, maybe the analysis and other things, I find that you could have discussed more like your findings with backing of some maybe empirical literature, something maybe further to discuss critically your findings.
Yeah.
I find that part is very minimal, discussion and the conclusion. That is one suggestion.
I also agree. In further research, I will consider it.
Dr. Moraes, I think.
Thank you for this presentation. Since I'm not quite familiar with the model that you have used, I won't be able to comment on your methodology. But I observed that very little take-home message at the end communicated. Definitely, you must have had a lot of findings and implications of your findings on the student learning. And yes, maybe.
Yes, sir. It is missing that the implication missing.
Yeah, maybe you can.
Now I am also realized that I did many analysis, but the implication, lack of the implication.
So if you can strengthen that part and provide some useful strategies, because yours is a very technical paper, so offer more strategies as to how higher education institutions can improve their systems, like for example early detection of student performance weaknesses, things like that, which can improve final performance. I see it something useful. There's a lot that we can benefit from your recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Ms. Devaka, I think practical significance is there. I think you can further improve this, as you mentioned, as a more, I think, enriched model with the time. Are you from computer science background?
I am from the mathematics, but now I am following the computing for my career purpose. That's why I started this research. First research on the computing part.
Okay, I would like to know like whether you could have done the same thing using R also. This particular analysis you could have done using R software also. Now you use Python.
Yeah, sir. I think I heard about, but I am not familiar about it, sir.
Yes, I just want to know like I'm also interested in this sort of like analytics things. Like in R also there can be some packages I think no you could have looked into, but anyway you use Python here.
Yeah, sir. Because of the Python, it is compatible for doing more computing tasks. That's why I prefer this Python.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Audience, any clarification, right? This is technical one, but there is a big contribution relevant to the predicting the performance of the students and focusing their energy during the undergraduate life. Audience, any comments, clarifications, right? I think it seems no clarification, but I have one thing again, if possible, you can answer like, what about your particular sample? Like you look at the coverage and selection when you had the particular sample of the respondents for your survey data.
Yeah, I prepared the question. I list out in the methodology, there are 29 features. According to that, I developed the question. Every feature.
I'm asking about the sample of the respondents, like you look at the student population. I'm asking about.
Sample of the students.
Yes.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't catch the points.
Now you look at the particular students. What about their profile of the particular students you used to get this data?
Yeah, mostly they are on the safe zone. The few students are found that they are in the zone of the dangerous zone.
Yes, I asked when you were selecting, did you look at any criteria to select these students into your particular data set? Any random or as you want to select a non-randomly?
Randomly, sir. I forward the questionnaire, online questionnaire via the social media. Most of the students, but select the faculty mostly related to my faculty is business studies, and I studied in the science faculty. Then I covered both faculties.
But not other faculties you are covering.
Yeah, management and the science faculty related to, because of these faculties are familiar to, and also I plan to cover the students who are in studying related to social science management. Because of
you could have covered those aspects also when you are selecting, I think, no? Like they might have different, sometimes maybe set of factors that might affect their performance sometimes.
Yes, sir. Because of the medical faculty students' performance, we can't compare with our students. It may be significant difference there. That's why I selected the data students are which are similar, slightly similar. In this manner, I consider.
Okay. Anyway, interesting study. Thank you very much, Ms. Devaka. Okay, then we can go for the next presentation. That's the 7th one in the order. Paper ID 58. Develop emotionally intelligent undergraduates towards pro-social behavior for promote the resilience of society. Again, very interesting one. Isuru Chandadasa and BL Galhen. First, we can listen to the presentation recording. Then we will go for the question and answering.
Hello everyone. Today I am going to present our research study about undergraduate towards pro-social behavior by using emotional intelligence to promote resilience of the society. First, introduction. Education must direct students' emotional growth as well as increase their skill to provide the foundation for more cooperative and empathetic society. Sri Lanka University is the place where provide higher education to the students who passed general certificate examination of advanced level. Sri Lankan state universities enroll undergraduates with different demographic and socio-economic background. So in annually, representing 9 provinces of Sri Lanka enroll undergraduates to the 17 state universities. So they attempt to survive in unfamiliar environment. For that, they need assistance support from others. So it would be easy for them to survive in unfamiliar environment because 17 state universities in Sri Lanka are located in different demographic and socioeconomic regions. Pro-social behavior is an important thing for that to survive in this unfamiliar environment. So pro-social behavior we can define as voluntary action that are intended to help or benefit another individual or group of individuals, and it is necessary for any society. So undergraduates in Sri Lankan state universities confront with high competitive education experience, which lead them towards more individualistic competitive learning culture in the university system. So if they have support from others, so it would be helpful for undergraduates to survive in this competitive university environment and successfully complete their education. Further, recent literature on organizational behavior emphasizes that emotional intelligence as one of the vital skills that the 21st century most needed. So, how emotional intelligence influences pro-social behavior is fluid, as previous studies on the phenomenon found inconsistency in findings. So, it is challenging to generalize the findings of these studies conducted in other contexts to the Sri Lankan setting. So objective of this study is to examine how emotional intelligence influences pro-social behavior of management undergraduates. So we selected management undergraduate for this study because second largest batch of the university enrolled annually representing management stream, and obviously they are going to handle future managerial positions of the organizations. Then click data picture. Emotional intelligence we can define as the ability to monitor one's own and others' feeling and to use this information to guide one's thinking and action. So pro-social behavior we can define as assisting another person, contributing to group, and adhering to socially accepted guidelines such as honesty or respect for another's property. So with this adopted Salve and Mayer findings of the described emotional intelligence. So in the theory, they highlighted that they explained that emotional intelligence from 4 dimensions, namely emotional perception, emotional use, emotional understanding, and emotional growth. So in this way, they define these 4 dimensions, and in this study, these dimensions act as independent variables. So based on that model, we developed our research conceptual framework. So independent variables are emotional perception, emotional use, emotional understanding, and emotional management. And our dependent variable is undergraduate pro-social behavior. So based on the developed conceptual model, we developed 4 hypotheses for test this in this study. Then after methodology, so in the research design, we use deductive approach and quantitative method. For population of this study is management undergraduate of the state universities in Sri Lanka. Due to practical limitations, we selected sample as management undergraduates of University of Sri Lanka. We collected data by using questionnaire. So for developed questionnaire, we use previously validated scale use instruments. So we distribute questionnaire among management undergraduates of University of by using convenience sampling technique, and we received 175 respondents, and in this study we use these responses to analyze the data. First, demographic variables in this study. The sample compression, when we take sample compression, 81 students representing male and others are female. So we collected data from representing 4 undergraduate years, and especially we found that in the sample, 46% students engage in different club activities, societies, and associations, and 35% of the sample students engage in sport activities. Then after we check reliability for check the internal consistency of the study. So we check based on comparative value and we take 0.7 as threshold level. So you can see those 5 variables indicate more than 0.7 value, and in order to re-establish internal consistency of this study, then we check Pearson correlation. So you can see in the independent variables, among independent variables, there are high correlation. So we check if that multicollinearity, and we check multicollinearity based on VIF and tolerance value. So based on the table, you can see VIF values are less than 5. That means there is no any multicollinearity issues of this study. So hypothesis of this study tested by using multiple regression. So you can see emotional perception, emotional use, emotional understanding, and emotional management. 5 independent variables are significant and generate positive beta values. And so model summary adjusted R-star value is 0.736. That means selected 4 independent variables of the Salome findings. Independent variables explained by 73% of our independent variables. That means management and pro-social behavior, and developed model is significant based on the ANOVA test. So finally, so based on the observed result, we can indicate that emotional perception, emotional use, emotional understanding, and emotional management have positive influence on management and graduate pro-social behavior. And in order to develop 5 hypotheses of this study accepted. So in sum, we can found empirical support for this study from other researchers previously done, and finally this study confirmed Salome findings as well. In implications, from the student perspective, it is necessary to develop their ability to identify others' emotion and generate and facilitate their thought towards others' emotion. So it would be easy for them to survive and successfully complete their university academics in their undergraduate periods, and moreover, enhancing management undergraduates' ability to integrate what they feel. Student thoughts about others is very much important, and so as policymakers and university administration have to develop that kind of program to enhance management undergraduate ability to integrate what they feel about others' thought, and finally improving the ability to efficiently manage emotions towards others is also necessary for develop better pro-social behavior. And a limitation and future research. So in the sample size is limited to University of Pune management graduate. Obviously, the larger sample size would increase the statistical power and power. So we suggested to future studies to use large sample size for their studies, as well as this study design in deductive approach and longitudinal medical studies also recommended. And data collection tool. In this study, we collected data by using questionnaire. So future studies that employ interviews, such like qualitative technique, also suggested for future studies for generate important insight, as well as we did not check any moderating effect. There are some variables moderate the influence of these independent variables and dependent variables. So in future studies, we suggested to use gender, location of university residence as the moderating variables. And these are few references of this study. And thank you very much. If you have any question now, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandadasa. I think very timely topic. I think that's a second presentation that is linked to emotional intelligence within the day in this track. I think you have selected a very acceptable research methodology under this positivistic paradigm quantitative methodology. Did you use Smart PLS as the SCM method? Or
No,
what's the software you use?
SPSS.
I use SPSS, no?
Yes, sir.
You use SPSS, okay. Then one clarification is, what were your main objectives?
Objective is to test, examine how emotional intelligence influence on undergraduate pro-social behavior.
Okay, then you had selected a good sample, but sample size is 200 something, no? You had
no, sir, 175. 175.
175.
Yes, sir.
That is covering the management faculty or whole university?
Management faculty, sir. Management faculty of
University of
Institute of
Ruhuna.
Yes, sir.
Ruhuna.
Yes.
Okay. Then how can you justify this? What's your total number of maybe students in the faculty?
Now we have 2,035, nearly 2,000 students, management undergraduates in all around 4 years.
Okay. Then when you were selecting this population and the sample from the management faculty, did you look at any other factors that can represent the diversity? Now you are having about maybe 6 departments, no?
Yeah, 6 departments we have. Yes, sir. Yeah. But now currently students enroll in 4 departments.
4 departments. Okay.
Yes,
then
sir.
did you cover all these 4 departments? I saw that you have the
Yes.
percentage of first year, second year. But
Yes, sir.
any other strata you look at when you are selecting the
Not-
sample representativeness?
Not, sir, because we choose our students select department in second year, first semester. So we are not going to use what is the department. We didn't ask that department, but because we need to get sample from first year and second year as well. So that's why we didn't ask their department.
Then the other concern is you were talking about age, gender but what about other demographic factors relevant to this one? Did you consider them when you were selecting, like maybe their area and some other factors relevant to them? Now this
No,
is something very interesting area in
Yes,
psychology,
sir.
right? And the
Yes,
organizational behavior, this emotional intelligence.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes there can be certain that demographic factors, psychographic factors that might affect this sort of
Yes, sir.
behavior. Did you look
Yes,
into
sir.
anything?
So this is the initial stage I done based on the emotional intelligence. So I'm not looking that kind of variable, I mean control variables or moderating variables. So in future studies, I hope to use test these kind of effects, especially in demographic variables.
Okay, and another concern, I think you could have looked into this, but you can consider, be mindful about this. Like you could have done some maybe multi-group analysis, like to see between groups, are there any differences?
Yes.
Maybe age, gender, income, even the maybe the area of the students, which geographical area they are coming from. Sometimes that might affect.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Did you look at anything like ANOVA test or anything to look at the maybe mean differences of this level of what you are having 4 dimensions of emotional intelligence, no?
Yes, sir.
Did you
Yes,
look into any group-wise comparison based on demographics?
No, sir. I think yes.
My advice is to, in addition to your direct relationships, look into these sort of control variables as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, sure, definitely.
Yes. And one last point, you measured this from the student, both independent and dependent variable, no? Emotional
Yes.
intelligence, and your dependent variable is?
Pro-social behavior.
So pro-social behavior.
Yes.
Then like when you are looking at this, all the 2 variables, questions were responded by the same student, no? One person.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Right.
same person.
Yes, but sometimes there can be biasness when you look into this one, like when the same respondent is accounting for both independent and dependent variable, right? Then any concern about that? Did you do any test about this, what do you call single respondent bias test or anything?
No, sir. No, not yet. Yes.
Okay, then my advice is to look into that also, like using the dataset, you can see whether when the same respondent is answering both independent and dependent, there can be some biasness.
Yes, sir.
Then Herman single factor test or something you can be, right? I think your supervisor, Dr. Galhen, no? Yes, you can do that also as a value addition, I think.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Definitely I will do.
Interesting study. I think we can let the audience to raise any questions and clarification, I think. Very interesting topic.
Yes, Professor, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Small clarification.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Prof. Yes,
I can
Dr.
hear you.
Shanta.
Right. My name is Shanta Besinga. Actually, I wish to know your independent variable, which is undergraduates pro-social behavior.
It's a dependent variable.
Dependent variable.
That's
Yes,
a
sir.
Independent one is emotional
Dependent
intelligence.
variable.
Yes.
How did you measure this dependent variable with how many items?
I think it's 5 items, sir. 5 instrument I use to measure pro-social behavior.
What are those? What nature of what aspects those items cover?
That pro-social behavior actually covered about the students' supportiveness and their helpfulness to others, like that.
So only 5 items.
5 items, yes.
So who had the higher level of pro-social behavior and lower level of pro-social behavior? The when we get some descriptive data, which group or which year you got higher pro-social behavior, lower pro-social behavior?
Actually, I didn't check it in this study, sir. I only checked the influence of emotional intelligence to pro-social behavior. So I didn't check it from the group wise.
Yes, I think Chandasa is giving the same comment which I gave you. Yes, sir. I think it's very important not to address this group-wise analysis to see the differences, I think.
Yeah. Better consider that. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir, for your comments. I will address in the future.
Any other clarifications from the audience? I think we are left with one more presentation. Out of the 8 presentation, we have had 7 presentation covering very diverse set of topics. Okay, I think it seems no comments. I think Mr. Ishuru, another comment, like you can improve your discussion also. You are having a discussion, but I like in the paper, if you can enhance that, if you want to improve that to a journal or write a good publication, I think further you can improve the discussion more critically, expand that section in your paper. That is another comment. I read your paper, really interesting.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, then thank you very much. We can go to the last presentation. Thank you. That's paper ID 62, last presentation out of the 8 presentation, espouse values and psychological capital of private sector employees and exploratory study of positive psychology perspective. I think qualitative study, very interesting topic. We are having a team, Yashoda Bandara, Professor Kumuduni Disanayaka and Professor Arosha. I think we can first listen to the recording of the presentation, then we can go to questions and clarification.
Good morning, you all, the learned panel, and all the participants of the session. We are extremely happy to be a part of the first international conference on management and entrepreneurship organized by the Faculty of Management Studies, Open University of Sri Lanka. And with great pleasure, we present here our study titled Espoused Values, Psychological Capital and Well-Being of Public Sector Employees, an exploratory study from positive psychology perspective. This is actually an output of a collaborative effort of myself, Yashoda Bandara from Faculty of Management Studies, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka, Professor Kumuduni Disanayaka and Professor Arosha Adhikaram from Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. So on behalf of my team, first let me introduce the background of our study. As we all know, organizational values is one of the extensively researched area in management, organization studies, as well as in psychology. It has been identified as an antecedent of individual and social behavior. And for the same reason, it has been identified as a strategy that can be used to enhance the positive organizational outcomes. Most often, the role of organizational values in determining the individual and social behavior has been explained through various psychological aspects, such as attitudes, perceptions, motivation, thoughts, feelings, and emotions. And at the same time, psychological capital is another similar important concept that has been researched widely in the same disciplines. It is also taken as a determinant of positive behaviors and attitudes and well-being at work. So it's well clear that both these concepts have strong links with the behavioral aspects as well as the psychological aspects. But the scholarly efforts that has been taken on whether the impact or whether the role of organizational values can be explained in terms of the psychological capital towards the positive organizational outcomes is possible or not. So how the organizational values contribute to organizational outcomes through psychological capital is still remains unanswered. So in our study, we aim to explore how the espoused values of an organization affect the positive behaviors of its employees through psychological capital and well-being. Among many other versions of organizational values, espoused values specially reflect the ideas of the collective or ideas of the organization of its ideal work values. So we take it as an expression of positive expectations of the ideal work behaviors located at the collective level of the organization. And at the same time, it acts as a reflection of psychological capital and also the well-being, leading to positive behaviors and attitudes at work. So this is what we are arguing throughout the paper. In order to build up this argument, we will be bringing evidences from a study that we have done relating to the public administrative organization of Sri Lanka. So in our literature review, we basically focus our attention on espoused values. And in addition to that, our attention goes on positive psychology and also the psychological capital. As commonly known, positive psychology is the psychology of positive human functioning. And it gives us an understanding about how to overcome the negative views towards human nature and human condition, which is very important for us in managing people and organizations. So to be very specific, psychological capital is the concept which explains an individual's positive psychological state of development. So it is possible to use psychological capital to improve individuals in their cognitive, behavioral, and also in their emotional conditions. And in addition, the impact of this psychological capital on positive organizational outcomes has been explained in various literature. A number of studies could be found on the impact of psychological capital on positive organizational outcomes through its different attributes like hope, optimism, resilience, efficacy, and so on. But the thing is, in our study, in our review especially, what we noticed was there was actually a dearth of studies that discusses the relationship between organizational values and psychological capital at workplace. So with that, we chose this conceptual framework, or we developed actually this conceptual framework, combining the two popular and standard models of psychological capital and well-being, the PERMA and CHOICE models. So you can see here, we have brought together the components of PERMA model of Seligman, the positive emotions, positive relations, engagement, accomplishment, and meaning. And also at the same time, we have brought here the components of CHOICE model. So we use this as the conceptual framework for our study, and we will be analyzing our findings according to this framework. So before going into the explanation of the methodology that we followed in our study, I think it's better to give a brief understanding to you about the research context. We use Sri Lankan Public Administrative Organization as the case to do this study. And as you all know, Sri Lankan Public Administrative Organization has its roots centuries ago during the British colonization. After the country gained independence, the public administrative organization was subjected to a number of reforms, and now it has taken a unique form which is operating in the public as the public service provider of the country. And also, it is the largest employment provider of the country. At the moment, it occupies nearly 15% of the country's entire workforce. even though we spend a lot of money on public administrative organization and we bear up this large workforce, most of the time what we hear is the public administrative organization of the country is criticized by the people. Most often we see these criticisms on its poor quality of service delivery, which is indicated in different aspects like strikes and work stoppages, tardiness and absenteeism of employees, lack of accountability, corruption and unethical practices, and also the observances of national power politics. Yes, that's it. But on the other hand, still the Sri Lankan public administrative organization is performing as the key public service provider for the country. It is involving in massive services to the country's general public. Unfortunately, we talk about the negative side, but we always forget that there are certain positive aspects which lead this organization to maintain its performance up to a certain standard. Even though it is criticized frequently, still there are services that are given to the people to this country. So there might be several key success factors underlying the performance of the organization. Unfortunately, we always highlight the negative aspects, and still these key success factors remain inattentively. So in our study, we thought of using this context to identify whether the organizational values can act as a positive force through the positive psychological attributes to give positive organizational outcomes. That's why we have used this research context to see whether our research argument is going to work. And this is the methodology we followed for our study. It is actually a qualitative secondary analysis where we used the same data we gathered for another study to reach the conclusions of this particular study. So for the initial study, we gathered data from 14 purposively selected most senior managers of the Sri Lankan Public Administrative Organization. And also we referred the key regulatory documents of the same organization. So the initial study was intended to identify the espoused values and the enacted values of the public administrative organization. Espoused values, as I told you earlier, the ideal expectations or the ideal values of the employees or the organization of its performances. So in that study, we collected all these data and we carefully transcribed all the interviews, all the in-depth interviews, and also we got extracts from the regulatory documents, and finally we put all these into thematic analysis. So there we identified certain codes, categories, and finally we thematized 15 espoused values. And in addition to espoused values, there was another supplementary category emerged from the same data, which showed us how these espoused values impact the work behavior of public officers. The most senior managers, when we were interviewing them, they went on saying how these values are influencing the employees to maintain their work behaviors. So we took it as another separate category from the espoused values or enacted values or their causes and consequences. Those are the categories that we found in our initial study. So we put these two basic categories, the espoused values and the supplementary category, on how espoused values impact the work behaviors of public officers to this present study. And we used the theoretical lens of PERMA and CHOICE models that I explained earlier, and then put these data again into a thematic analysis. I will show you how we reached into our findings. So these are the espoused values that we have found in our previous study. So as you can see, the dimensions lead us to identify 15 value themes on the espoused values of the public administrative organization. So in the secondary analysis, we use the same value themes and same value dimensions in the theoretical lens of the PERMA model. So then we could identify these value themes are relating to different components of the PERMA model. That is, they reflect the different aspects or different attributes of the psychological capital and well-being of the employees. So as you can see here, the reflections of positive emotions, engagement, positive relationships, meaning and accomplishment in espoused values are like this. So as you could see earlier, the independence and humanity and morality are two of the espoused values that we have identified in the public administrative organization. So then when we are analyzing them in the theoretical lens of PERMA, we could understand that these values are directly relating to positive emotions. And similarly, service boundedness and duty consciousness, identified as ideal values, are relating to engagement. Fairness and justice and concern on employees are another two values understood by the most senior managers and the documentary key regulatory documents of the organization as the ideal values. They give us an idea about the positive relationships. And most importantly, the public interest, one of the most prominent values prevailing in their discussions, together with public interest, the integrity, are the two aspects that give them a meaning, what they are doing and why they are doing all these things at their workplace. An accomplishment from the PERMA model was clearly reflected by efficiency, expertise, and also the formality and order expected by the public administrative organization. So here we conclude that the espoused values that we have identified in our previous study clearly reflect the different aspects of the PERMA model, different aspects of the psychological capital. Here you can see how we have further analyzed the supplementary category on how these espoused values are leading the public officers towards positive performances. So there we could clearly see the hope and optimism are the underlying factors, are working as underlying factors leading these people towards positive behaviors. So these are some example quotes that we brought from our discussions or interviews with the key informants, the most senior managers of the administrative organization. So from their explanations, it's very clear for us that these espoused values are working as a source of motivational energy for them. Whenever they are facing different sorts of problems from the public, from the political authorities, from the peers, and from their authorities, when they are facing these problems, their ideas of these espoused values, their understanding of these ideal values help them to be motivated, to remain motivated to fight against the negative influences. And also, these espoused values help them to identify their goals and sub-goals and also the alternative ways to achieve these goals. It's because the ideal values gives them an idea what they have to do, even though there are no guidelines, or even though there are guidelines that they understand as negative or inappropriate for the public service. In such situations, these ideal values, the understanding of espoused values give them a support to define their goals and sub-goals. And at the same time, when there are so many alternative ways of achieving their goals, it's these espoused values or ideal values that give them the hint which alternative method, which alternative way is to be selected. And at the same time, to remain optimistic, these values, these espoused values help them a lot. According to the key informants or the managers, most senior managers of the public administrative organizations, even for them, to remain optimistic, these values help them a lot. Even though so many negative things take place, even though they see so many negative acts are taking place in their organizations, even then these espoused values give them a kind of optimistic feeling because they are expecting the best thing. They know about the ideal to be expected. So we can see the espoused values reflect hope and optimism as well. So here we conclude combining both these models or both these findings, that is from PERMA and CHOS, that is we think that espoused values lead to positive behaviors and attitudes at workplace, especially in this public administrative context, through the positive emotions, positive relations, accomplishment, meaning, and engagement. And at the same time, the underlying ground for creating them the positive behaviors, to shaping their behaviors to positive, is largely created by hope and optimism. Simply, at the very basic level, they have this hope and optimistic feeling that one day they would be able to find an organization or to be in an organization which is full of these values, full of these ideal behaviors. They have that expectation. And it gives them an optimistic feeling. All right, there are ideal values and ideal behaviors that are expected by all the people of this organization. So that is a positive thing. So that acts as the basic ground for them to have positive behaviors and attitudes at the workplace. To be more specific, these espoused values are directly relating to these positive emotions, positive relations, and so on. So we can see, finally, the espoused values lead people towards positive behaviors and attitudes through the positive emotions, positive relations, accomplishment, meaning, and engagement based on hope and optimism created by the expectations of ideal values. So this is an exploratory study, and there are so many avenues that we can carry out studies to further verify and clarify the phenomena, how the espoused values are leading people towards positive behaviors and attitudes at the workplace through positive psychology. So this is an exploratory study, and this is a basic framework that we have developed. So in future researchers, we will be able to gather more insights relating to this positive psychology aspect. So this is the end of our presentation, and thank you very much for the kind cooperation and all these nice arrangements of the conference committee. Again, thank you very much. And thank you very much all dear participants and the learned panel for being with us throughout the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yashoda. I think Dr. Yashoda is there, no? Anyone from that team? Dr. Yashoda, Professor Kumuduni, Professor Arosha, I think in the team. Very interesting study we saw, right? And also very practical one about the public sector. We are talking about a lot of complaints, but they were looking at something very positive psychology, psychological capital. I think that's an important aspect. Maybe a certain segment can be there in the government sector administration. Very interesting study. Anyone from the team for questions and clarifications? It's interesting if they are here, we can further have some clarifications because of the curiosity. I think they have selected a particular sample from the public administration, right? And very interesting analysis also. They have used 2 theoretical models they have combined. Then there are some clarification for our knowledge. Anyone from the team? Dr. Yashoda? It seems no one from the group. Anyway, we are having some clarification about the trustworthiness and the reflexivity. This is a qualitative study, more exploratory, but they were talking about from an interpretative paradigm. But sometimes they were using the terms like they want to look at the impact of one aspect on others, right? Espouse values on the positive work behavior, sort of a more positivistic meaning sometimes they were having in their presentation. But I just want to know about that one. I don't see any presenter from that group. And also this is a qualitative study, therefore we can't generalize the findings. That problem is there, but to assure the findings, we need to know what are the measures they have taken for the trustworthiness of the qualitative findings and interpretation, and also reflexivity. The research as the particular instrument in the field, right? We don't have any other, right? Maybe way to have the validity and the reliability. Therefore, these are some of the clarification we had to look into. And also combining 2 theoretical frameworks. Sometimes what's the logic of combining these 2 theoretical frameworks together? These are some of the questions we have. And also the demographics of the particular administrative officers. 14 officers, they had selected very senior ones, but any other particular maybe demographic and the factors they look at in the purposive sampling. These are some of the important things of qualitative research when we look at. And the last concern about selection of this sample based on particular positive, maybe the performance of the employees. We don't know what's the assumptions they made. These are some of the clarification I have. Anyway, we don't have the presenters, even the respondents. If you have any contribution about the study and any clarification, we can take 2 minutes. This is the last presentation. I think being a conference, we like to see the presenters also for clarification, right? Then we appreciate not only the recorded presentation. Anyone from the audience to comment anything about the presentation and the article? Any interesting article anyway, right? Very interesting article. We see qualitative paradigm. And they were talking about the public sector, right? And positive work values, positive behavior. Any comments from the audience? I think the authors are not here. Okay, it seems no clarification, but we could have some clarification if the authors were there. Okay, then this is the conclusion of the second track. I think again, we will have the other track after the lunch, and you will have the closing ceremony where the announcement about the awards will be, right, notified. Therefore, you can again join even to the closing ceremony around 6:30. We will select the best papers based on the presentation and other attributes of the research papers. Okay, then thank you very much. We conclude the session. I think Miss Danushka is there, no? I can hand over the control to you, Miss Danushka. Thank you. Oh, Miss Dhananjani, I think you are there, no? That's the end of the session. Miss Dhananjani. Miss Dhananjani, I think that's the end of the session. I would like to hand over the control to you. Okay, it seems now it's the time to conclude. Then thank you very much, the participants. We can meet at the closing ceremony for the best paper awards, right? Announcement. Thank you very much. We will conclude the session, right? Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you, Professor. Now it is the time to take official photograph. I would like to ask each and every participant to switch on their videos, and we will take the photograph within a minute. Don't forget to Main session में भी मेरे ख्याल yeah, she's there. Fine.
Hello?
Thank you everyone for your participation. We are going to close the morning session and we hope you guys will join for the evening session. It will start in another few minutes. Thank you all for joining. We are very grateful to our session teachers for their contribution and for our participation, and we hope you guys will join with us on this closing ceremony where we will be awarding the best paper. And thank you everyone for participation. Have a great day.
Hello? Professor Nimala. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Good
I think we
afternoon.
have to wait another few minutes. There is a technical issue they have faced. Yeah.
We will wait, no problem.
Yeah, we have to wait a few minutes, Professor. Then I think Mr. Senanaik also there.
Yeah, yeah.
Can wait a few minutes. They will solve out. Yeah,
Sure,
they will
sure.
solve the problem. So.
Sure, sure. Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the technical session on marketing, supply chain management, and tourism of ICOM 2022. To start off the proceedings of the session, let me introduce our distinguished panel chairs, Professor Atula Nyanapala, Professor B. Nimaladasan, and Mr. S.A.D. Sena. We are very grateful to you, sirs, for taking your time off from your busy schedules and joining with us today. Now, let me introduce panel chair, Professor Atula Nyanapala, to you. Professor Atula Nyanapala is a respected academic who currently serves as a professor in tourism management at the Faculty of Management Studies of the Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. Currently, he is working as the Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies of the Sabaragama University. He completed his Bachelor of Science degree in Tourism Management from Sabaragama University and Master of Science in Management from University of Sri Jayawardenepura before proceeding to complete his PhD in Tourism Management at Xiamen University in China. His research interests include consumer behavior in tourism, travel motivation and satisfaction, wildlife tourism, sustainable tourism planning and development, destination management, and marketing. Next, let me introduce panel chair, Professor B. Nimaladasan, to you. Professor B. Nimaladasan, who currently serves as the Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce of the University of Jaffna, is a professor in accounting. He completed his Doctor of Philosophy from University of Chittagong in Bangladesh. Further, he completed a postgraduate diploma in management from the Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. He successfully completed his Bachelor of Commerce degree at University of Jaffna. His research interests include financial accounting, microfinance, entrepreneurship, governance, and corporate reporting. Now let me introduce Mr. S.A.D. Senanayake to you. Mr. S.A.D. Senanayake is a senior lecturer who currently serves as the head of the Department of Organizational Studies of the Faculty Studies of the Open University of California and MBA from Delhi University in India. His research interests include strategy, information systems, and operations management. This is the schedule of the authors who will. Best paper of each technical session will be awarded during the virtual closing ceremony, which will be starting at 6:30 p.m. So please join the closing ceremony at 6:30 p.m. May I humbly call upon panel chair, Professor Atula Nyanapala, Professor B. Nimaladasan, and Mr. S.A.D. Senanayake to take over the session from here on. I also wish all the presenters best of luck. Over to you, sirs.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your kind introduction about me and the other chairs of the session. First of all, I would like to thanks to the Faculty of Management Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka for inviting us to participate the first international conference on management and entrepreneurship. Then without delay, we can start the today's sessions. First, I would like to invite Mr. MCL Fernando. The topic is determinants of consumer preference toward soft drinks with special reference to consumers in the Panadura area. We can listen to the presentations. Then after that, we can go for the panel discussions. Good luck. Hello, MCL Fernando.
Evidence of consumer preference towards soft drink with special reference to the consumers in the Panadura area. This is my content. When it comes to the introduction, the global beverage industry is fast-growing industry in developed and developing countries. In simple terms, beverage is a liquid prepared for human consumption. Beverages can be categorized into two major parts. One is alcoholic beverages and the other one is non-alcoholic beverages. Carbonated soft drinks, dairy drinks, and fruit juices belongs to the non-alcoholic beverage category. However, the carbonated soft drinks generally contain high sugar and sweetness. The majority of carbonated soft drinks affect oral health, and it leads to damage the teeth, especially in children and youngsters. Also, high consumption of carbonated soft drinks lead to several diseases such as heart diseases, overweight, and cancer. Also, the consumer preference for beverages are possibly changing time to time. Therefore, the objective of the study is to identify the consumer preferences on soft beverages in the Panadura area, Sri Lanka. These are my research questions. Which beverage consumers are more preferred in Panadura area? What are the factors that consumers consider when making the purchasing decision? Health consciousness of consumers. Which brands consumers are more loyal to each beverage? These are my research objectives. The main objective of the research is to examine the factors which influence on consumer preference towards soft drinks in the Panadura area. The specific objectives are to examine the product attributes that the consumers are considered when making the purchasing decision, to examine the brand preference of these beverages, to examine the health consciousness of consumers regarding the soft drinks available in Sri Lankan market. When I have conducted the research, I identified the three major variables, which are product attributes, brand preference, and the health consciousness that are affected for the consumer preference. So, some particular authors clearly define that these factors have been affected for the consumer preference. When it comes to the methodology, this is the conceptual framework of the study. The three major independent variables, product attributes, brand preference, and health consciousness are affected for the consumer preference. When it comes to the hypothesis development, I have gained three hypotheses, which are: there is a significant relationship between product attributes and consumer preference on soft beverages. There is a significant relationship between brand preference and consumer preference on soft beverages. There is a significant relationship between health consciousness and the consumer preference on soft beverages. And when conducting this research, I use as my research design is survey strategy. And the deductive approach is used in the research approach. I have conducted this research in the Panadura area, and 100 number of consumers have used as a sample size, and the convenient sampling method is used as a sampling technique. When it comes to the data collection, the primary data is collected through the questionnaire by physical surveys, through social media, and over the phone. The secondary data is collected through the different literature sources. To analyze the data, I have used the multiple regression analysis and SPSS software and the Microsoft Excel used as the data analysis tool. When it comes to the results and discussion, the majority of consumers are represented from the female, and most of consumers are under the over 55 age category. And most of consumers are represented from the private sector, and the majority of consumers are belongs to the below 15,000 of income. I asked the consumers what are their most preferred beverage. They replied that carbonated soft drinks are their most preferred beverage. So, when it comes to the most preferred carbonated soft drink brand of them are Elephant House. When it comes to the dairy drink ban, most of consumers are loyal to the Kotmale brand, and under the fruit juice ban, most of consumers are purchasing from the normal fruit juice vendors. This is the reliability of the data of the research instrument. So the independent variables are reliable and the internal consistency of the research is good because the Cambridge alpha values are greater than the 0.7. So it is an acceptable rate. And this result will give a credible result. When it comes to the ANOVA table, the ANOVA table shows that independent variables are statistically significant to predict the dependent variable. So this is a good fit for data because the significant value is less than the 0.05. When it comes to the coefficient statistics, all the significant values are less than the 0.05. Therefore, all the hypotheses can be accepted. This is the summary of the hypothesis. You can see the three major independent variables, the product attributes, health consciousness, and the brand preference has a significant positive relationship with the dependent variable, the consumer preference. So according to that, all three hypotheses have been accepted. When it comes to the conclusion part, the study is focused on investigating the consumer preference of soft beverages, special reference to the consumers in the Panadura area. There is three variables which are product attributes, brand preference, and health consciousness were tested in the study. Based on the survey results, product attributes, brand preference, and the health consciousness of consumers have a positive significant impact on consumer preference on soft beverages. According to the survey results, reveal that majority of consumers consider the taste, price, color, higher availability, and the ingredients while making a purchasing decision. Also, most of consumers prefer to take the carbonated soft drinks from the soft beverage category. When it comes to the brand loyalty, majority of consumers are allowed to take the Elephant House brand under the carbonated soft drink category. And most of consumers prefer Kotmale brand under the dairy beverage category, and most of consumers are loyal to take the fruit juices from their fruit juice vendors. According to the results of the survey, teenagers and youngsters are more preferred to take the carbonated soft drinks, and middle-aged elderly people are more preferred to take fruit juices than the carbonated soft drinks because they are health consciousness than the youngest. So this study recommended that it is vital to enhance the nutritional quality, flavor, innovations, and for the soft beverage recipes and taste for the future growth of the soft beverage industry. Also can establish the more soft beverages selling shops and juice centers island-wide to enhance the sales. It is important to conduct the market surveys frequently to identify the consumer needs and wants and preferences regarding the soft beverages. In addition to that, establishing monitoring system regulations about the quality standards to ensure the consumer safety and healthiness also key factors to develop the soft drink industry, as well as the attractive, eye-catching, and convenient and eco-friendly packages can be introduced to get the attraction of consumers towards the soft beverages. This causes to grab the hearts and minds of consumers. These are my references. This is the end of the presentation. If you have any question, it's time to ask. Thank you so much for listening and have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fernando, for your presentation on determinants of consumer preference toward soft drinks with special reference to consumers in the Panadura area. Then this is one of the timely important research area. However, we have some questions and doubt about the the way you have conducted this research study. Then you have selected only 100 consumers in Panadura area. Panadura main Panadura area. What do you mean by Panadura area? Hello, Ms. Fernando? Are you there? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what do you mean by Panadura area? Panadura council?
Area.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Division.
Yes. What do you mean by Panadura area? Is it related to this municipal council area or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then again, your sample size is
Related to the municipal council.
Yeah. Then again, your sample size is too small. It's for 100 consumers. What is your population size? Size of the population?
It's about 2 lakhs, sir.
How did you select this 100 out of your total population?
Yes, sir. I use the convenient sampling method by randomly selecting the 100 consumers from the Panadura area and in the population.
Yes. Again, you are concerned about 3 kinds of beverages: the carbonated, then the milk related products. Other one is the fruit juice. Then again, your model consists of 3 variables. What are the variables? Product attribute, health consciousness. What is the other one? The variable of the model?
Product attributes, brand preference, and health conscious.
Health conscious. Then I think this is too much for this kind of study. Yeah. Then if you have selected one beverage, the type beverage, maybe the carbonated, or it may be the fruit juice or the milk related products, the drinks, then you would have done it more properly, because then you market is this you have selected in more, it means the convenient sampling method. Then the age group may be diverse. Then there are the gender, it consists of male and female, the demographic characteristic, their behavioral characteristics may be different. Yeah, I think you would have select one of the drinks. Understood? Yeah, I think you may have done it for one of your other work. Maybe it may be maybe you undergraduate research study. It may be a big study. You have selected this area to do your research study. Yes, these are my comments. Then your study is not well focused. You have done it, but at the moment we can satisfy about your study. However, there are many room to improve. You are a young researcher. Then you can follow the methodological approach, right methodological approach. A lot of things we have to do. However, we are satisfied about your study as a young researcher. Then the audience, do you have anything to tell about this study? The audience? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Fernando, for your findings. Good luck and wish you all the best for your future research career. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Then we can move to the second presenter. Second presenter, K.S. Herupage and W.G. Pemaratna. The topic is the impact of green marketing orientation on green loyalty, a case in the Sri Lankan hotel industry. The impact of green marketing orientation on green loyalty, a case in the Sri Lankan hotel industry. You can start your presentation. Good luck.
Hi everyone. Today I'm going to present a research article which is titled The Impact of Green Marketing Orientation on Green Loyalty, a case in the Sri Lankan hotel industry. This is the outline of this presentation. Let's move to the introduction of this research. In the current world, going green is a demanding trend, and green practice is considered as value-added business strategy used in the hospitality operations. When we look at the green marketing concept, it is talking about number of areas such as sustainability, product improvements, improving the behavior and lifestyle of consumers, enhance the marketability, and to achieve the better organizational performances. With the developments, currently organizations move for an holistic view which integrates all the functions and departments to cater the consumer needs, which is called green marketing orientation. Continuing the introduction, green marketing orientation can be defined as the extent to which an organization engages in three main components, such as strategic green marketing orientation, tactical green marketing orientation, and internal green marketing orientation or strategies, which holistically aim at creating, communicating, and delivering products or services with the minimal environmental impact. Based on that, we will see the significance of the study. Now, in the current world, we can see an escalated sensitivity on environmental sustainability, and consumers are increasingly looking for green products and services. When we come into this study, it's green hotels. At the same time, Sri Lankan hotels are capitalizing more green practices, and they are actively engaged in perceiving green certifications to cater the increasing demand in the industry. Even though green hotels can use these green initiatives as an aggressive tool to enhance the competitiveness of the industry, still, green hotels are using these green certifications and initiatives as a marketing tool to increase their profits, at the same time attract more consumers. In this phenomena, number of researchers address the green marketing concept and its consequences in the context of manufacturing, apparel, fast-moving consumer goods, and the hospitality industries. But there are hardly any studies carried out in the context of Sri Lanka by accessing the impact of green marketing orientation, green brand image, and green loyalty towards green hotels. Based on that, we have derived the research problem. What is the impact of green marketing orientation on green loyalty in the hotel industry of Sri Lanka with the mediating effect of green brand image? Based on the research problem, we have derived four main research objectives. We will look at the conceptual framework, green marketing orientation acting as an independent variable. There are three main components: SGMO, TGMO, and IGMO as per the definition. And green brand image acting as the mediator, and green loyalty acting as the dependent variable. Four main hypotheses we have developed based on the massive literature we have analyzed for this research. This research is focusing to test the hypothesized relationships. So this research is descriptive in nature, and quantitative data analysis techniques we have used to see the results based on the research design. And when we look at the population and sample, population was all the hotels which have implemented green initiatives in Sri Lanka, and we have used convenience sampling method to select the sample as non-probability sampling technique. At the end, the sample size was 177 consumers and 55 managers. And in this research, green marketing orientation we have analyzed from the consumer's perspective and from the managerial perspective. So we have distributed the questionnaires, and we got the questionnaires back, and the response rate, all the response rates were more than 75%. Before moving to the data analysis, we have prepared the data for analysis. First, we have done the NP accuracy and treatments for missing data and tested for parametric assumptions and then conducted the reliability analysis. When we look at the Converge alpha value, all the values are more than 0.8 except the strategic trade marketing orientation, but still it is more than 0.6. So we will move to the data analysis. Before moving to the objectivized data analysis, first we need to see whether there is any differentiation in between the green marketing orientation between managers and consumers. As I mentioned, we have used two different questionnaires to see green marketing orientation from the managerial perspective and from the consumer's perspective. So independent sample t-test has been conducted to see the difference. When you look at the significance value 0.003, so there is a significant difference from GM of managers and GM of consumers. So further, we have conducted group statistics of GMO. Again, the mean value of a consumer's perspective of GMO is higher than the managers. Then we can move to objectivized data analysis. First objective is impact of green marketing orientation on green loyalty. Then we have conducted the regression model. 97.4% of green loyalty has explained through this model. And when you look at the beta value, it is 0.994. And it indicates the consumer's GMO has a significant positive impact on green loyalty. Then we can move to the second objective, impact of green marketing orientation on GBI, green brand image. Again, as we use this two separate questionnaires and the GMO values coming from the two samples, we have conducted the independent sample t-test. Again, the significant value is 0.001. We couldn't see any association in between green marketing orientation of managers and GBI. Then, impact of GMO on GBI has been analyzed from the consumer's perspective. Adjusted R-score value is 0.931. That means 93.1% of GBI has explained through this model. And the beta value is 0.969. That means consumers' GMO has a significant positive effect on green brand image, the creation of green brand image. Then we can move to the objective 3, impact of green brand image on green loyalty. When we look at the model summary and regression ANOVA, 95.7% of green loyalty has explained from this model. And when you look at the individual beta value, it is 0.982, which is indicated the green brand image has a significant positive effect on the creation of green loyalty. The last objective was to identify the role of green brand image between GMO and GL. We have conducted simple regression model and the multiple regression model, and then identified there is partial mediation. And then we have conducted Sobel test statistics, and accordingly, GBI has a immediate effect on the relationship between GMO and GL. So these are the findings according to the hypothesis. Then we can move, we have further analyzed the association between strategies of green marketing orientation and green loyalty. When you look at all the significant values, this is independent sample t-test because GMO is tested from the manager's perspective, and GL we have tested from the consumer's responses. Then accordingly, there is no association in between SGMO and GL. But when we look at the IGMO and TGMO, there is a association, they are correlated with the insignificant p-values. IGMO, or the internal green marketing orientation, is the most effective strategy to improve green loyalty. And the TGMO is the second most effective strategy to improve green loyalty. So these are the practical implications of this research. It provides proper directions for the decision makers policymakers, and all the stakeholders related to the industry. And it is showing how we can design green related strategies and visible green applications to raise the perception of green brand image in the consumer's mind. And the third point is hotels can create high demand for environmentally sensitive consumers. So therefore, there is a need to educate consumers about the real picture of green marketing practices and how about the environmental friendly behavior and the importance of perceiving natural resources for the future generation. When we look at the limitation of the study, this research is this research has used a sample, it means limited to the selective context of green hotels, because we have used the premium green hotels only, not like cabanas or cottages or the small scale green hotels. And the second limitation is effect of consumers' demographic factors and other variables. Sometimes they can moderate or mediate the relationship between GMO and GL, but we didn't consider those factors. When we look at the directions of further research, competitiveness and competitive intensity in accordance with the green marketing concept can be tested, and can see how green marketing orientation contribute to enhance the competitiveness in the industry. And the second one is the effect of consumers' demographic factors as antecedents or as mediators among the possible relationships between the green marketing orientation and green loyalty can be tested in the future. This is the end of my presentation. Any questions? It is open for you.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice presentations. I think you are Ms. Sakuntala. Yeah, okay. This is one of the timely important research area, the green marketing orientation in green hotels. Then you have selected green hotels. How many green hotels?
Finally, it was 18 green hotels.
Yeah, what are the criteria you have used to select the green hotels? There are different hotels. Then, yeah.
Actually, sir,
yeah.
This research was based on the premium level green hotels, because the initiation and the investment is really high, and we have to see how investment and how the results can gain from the huge investment. So this research is limited to the premium levels of hotels.
Yeah, what are the criteria you use to select this green hotel?
Actually, we have based on the data gained from the SLTB, Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority, and we had seen how green hotels included the green concern into their objectives. First one, and the second one, we have looked for the what are the green certifications they have gained and the awards, and as well as how they have integrated all the operations as a holistic view to give the idea of green to the consumers.
Okay, thank you. Then I am happy about your introduction and the literature review, but I have a question about the conceptual framework and the methodology, the way you have collected the data and analyzed. Then the first one, when you discuss about your model, the model consists of the several variables. What is your dependent and independent variable?
Independent variable is green marketing orientation. Dependent variable is green brand loyalty.
Independent variable is?
Green marketing orientation.
Yeah, then the dependent?
Dependent variable is brand loyalty, green brand loyalty.
Then there are two, green brand loyalty and green loyalty.
Green brand loyalty, sir.
Then,
actually, I have shortened and put it as a green loyalty, GL.
But then your model says there is a mediated variable.
Yes, mediating effect, green brand image in between GMO and the GL.
Yeah, again, you have included both the consumers and managers for your study.
Yes,
then your sample size consists of, it means the two groups sample, it means there are two sample frameworks. Then have you had separate questions from the both group or same?
Separate questionnaires, sir. 2 separate questionnaires have distributed among the managers and the consumers. That's why I have conducted the independent sample t-test.
Yeah, however, then I think these are the 2 different groups. Then for example, if you ask about then strategic green marketing orientation, tactical green marketing orientation, internal green marketing orientation, I think the consumers are unaware about these kind of things.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Then what are the questions you ask from the customers?
When it comes to the green marketing orientation, sir, there are 21 criteria to measure. Most of the criteria are not going with the consumers because strategic decisions, tactical decisions, they are cooperate with the managers. That's why 21 measurements I have tested from the manager side, and selected questions from the GMO have been tested from the consumer side.
Yeah, consumers are they foreign or local?
Both foreign and local.
Can you tell about the number of, then you have mentioned 200. Then what is the proportionate? How many it means then respondents are belong to foreigners and locals?
We didn't go with the quotas, sir. Quotas for the foreign and local.
But there may be, practically, there may be the variation between these two the market segments. Then you have to have, because otherwise your findings will not give any the believability, but the validity. Then this is something you have to concern about. Yes.
Actually, sir, green hotels they didn't give a permission to access to the all guests. Only I had to submit the questionnaires to the reception.
You have to have a strategy. This is your strategy. Without the valid data, you cannot have valid findings. The garbage in, garbage out. Then this is the things you have to consider about. Then I think then you have to think about the strategy you have to use for selecting the data. Then however we can collect some data, we can put into this the statistical software. We can have some output, but then there should be some validity and reliability of this finding also. Then these are thinking. These are I have doubt about your model and the way you have collected the data. Then the other one is the green loyalty. The green loyalty, then is it from the point of view of the managers or customers?
Customers only, sir. Only GMO tested with the managers.
Yeah. Then the green brand image.
Green brand image and green loyalty I have tested from the consumer's perspective.
The manager's perspective, what do you have tested?
Only GMO tested with the managers.
Then in their model, what is the dependent and independent variable? Yes, then these are the things you have to consider about. Then these are the things, the mistake you have done, you have to recorrect. What are the literature you have used? Then you haven't discussed about your operationalization. Then if you have shown us your operationalization chart, then it is very clear. These are some of the gray areas of this research study. Then I wish you all the best to have a successful research career. Then please take this as positive comments. The audience, that you have anything to audience? You have anything to tell about? Okay, thank you very much. And wish you all the best for your future.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, now I cordially invite Professor Nimala Dasan to chair the sessions hereafter. Professor Nimala Dasan.
I'm here. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you can chair the session.
Yeah, I thank you very much, sir. I really thank the panel chairs and also organizers of the Open Faculty of Management Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka. So this is a paper ID number 20, Factors Influencing Farmers' Purchase Intention of Peptides. I call upon Ms. VLR KMH for your presentation. So this is over to you, Miss. Hello.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to speak to you in first International Conference on Management and Entrepreneurship, ICOM 2022. I'm going to present you factors influencing the intention of farmers to purchase pesticides. The authors are VLR Gamage and GS Malalagi. Before I going to proceed, I would like to give brief introduction of the country. The main cultivation crop in Sri Lanka is paddy. It's more than 1.2 million hectares. There are two major seasons called Yala and Maha. Yala season starts with the northeast monsoons in April. Southwest monsoons started in May to September and give high rainfall. Then Maha season started. As a result of the increasing food production, there is growing evidence that climatic variations and changes are already influencing the distribution and virulence of crop pests and diseases. But the interaction between the crop's pests and pathogens are complex and poorly understood in the context of climatic change. Poor pest management will result in nutrition losses, yield losses, and quality defects. Pesticides are widely used in agricultural production to prevent or reduce losses by pest, and thus can improve yield as well as the quality of the product. Therefore, pesticide can be considered as an economic, labor-saving, and efficient tool for pest management. Though there are many benefits, these benefits often go unnoticed by the general public according to the Coopers and Dobson. So when we are coming to the research gap, the effect of attitude, subjective norms, and perceived behavioral control on the purchases, intention of pesticide of farmers is my research gap. There are so many studied, so many research carried out in pharmaceutical industry, but there are lack of research carried out in pesticide industry. What is the effect of attitudes? What is the subjective norms? What is the perceived behavioral control on the purchasing intention of pesticide of farmers? To identify the factors that affect on purchase intention of the farmers in Sri Lanka is the general objective of this research. There are so many literatures reviews in this segment. According to the Kotler and Armstrong, they say that 6 stages before deciding to buy products, which are awareness, knowledge, interest, preference, persuasion, and purchase. Purchase intention is a dependent variable that depends on several external and internal factors. So when we look at conceptual framework, attitude, subjective norms, and perceived behavior control, those independent variables, how to impact on dependent variable of purchase intention is going to be tested in this study. According to the previous research, H1, H2, H3 hypotheses were formulated. So let's look at what is the methodology. Our population is paddy farmers in Sri Lanka. And according to the Department of Census and Statistics data, we selected Ampara, Polonnaruwa, Anuradhapura and Kurunegala district for this study. Our sampling method is simple random sampling method. The sample size is 300 and each district represents 75 farmers. The primary data was collected by using self-administrated questionnaire, and data analysis was used by SPSS software. When we look at that reliability test of variables, you can clearly see in here, all variables have more than 0.9 cone branch alpha value. This represents that all variables are reliable. So when we look at that demographic factors, in age group, you can clearly see in here 31 to 58 people represent 67% of the total population. So that means majority of the mid-age people are cultivating paddy. When we look at that younger stage, they are trained to be growing paddy in 15%. So when we look at that education level, you can clearly see in here more than 55% people are educated. When we consider the diploma or degree level, that is represent 8.6%. When you look at Pearson and correlation analysis, independent variables of attitude, subjective norms, pursued behavioral control, all these independent variables are significantly impact for the purchase intention of dependent variable. In here, adjusted R-squared value is 83.8%. When you are looking at the regression analysis, the p-value is lesser than 0.05 alpha value. Therefore, this model is statistically significant. Further, when you look at independent variables, the p-values of it is lesser than 0.05. So those variables are significantly impact. According to that, H1, H2, H3 hypotheses are accepted, and those are positively impact on purchase intention of the pesticide. When you come into the conclusion, this study examine the factors influencing farmers' purchase intention of pesticide. All independent variables have positively impact, and these independent variables such as subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, and attitudes exert a similar influence on farmers' intention towards purchasing pesticide. So marketers should aim to improve farmers' experiences. So though the government restricted for ATL promotion in all country, but according to these results show what extent media exposure is valid for changing the attitude of the farmer. And we are in the hazardous industry. Therefore, we need to give proper recommendations, proper usage. Otherwise, people are overuse or misuse these products. So demonstration can make a strong impact on changing the farmer's attitude. We are focused on the paddy cultivation sector. Therefore, we need to go for different crop cultivations for getting cross-sectional statistics. Then our study more reliable. And government going to go for the organic agriculture or the green agriculture. Therefore, this model should be tested with the biopesticide industry also. And also, we need to check environmental hazards and human health hazards in the changing context of the country. Therefore, further, in here, we identified that negative effect of experience through a demonstration on farmers. Therefore, according to the previous literature, we saw that it is positively impact. Therefore, it should be tested again. You can see in here several references. So thank you very much for giving this splendid opportunity to present this my study. Thank you very much. Now,
thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. VLR Kamej, for your presentations. So I have some of the suggestions, so maybe I have some of the queries. One is, what was the research gap between your research and previous researchers, which they have done similar type of research? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, please.
Yes, in the initial stage, I'll told you that there are so many research in pharmaceutical industry, but in the pesticide industry, there are lack of research studies.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
because yeah, the thing is actually when we are going to the pesticide industry, this is a hazardous industry. Normally the people are saying this is poisons. Okay, then they are not willing to buy or use these type of products. But the thing is, these without these raw materials, we cannot cultivate. It can see now when you are look at the country situation today. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. Hello?
Yeah.
Then
There is,
next one
there
is,
is
my next question is, I think you have done that that sampling technique is simple random sampling. So can you tell me what was the response of that people regarding your data collection?
yeah, my population was that paddy farmers.
Yes. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, but I think the author left the session.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
I think there's a signal issue.
Yeah. It was the signal use. Now it's okay. So I thank that Mr. VL.
Yeah. Because there is a power cut actually that was happened now.
Okay, no problem.
I think you.
I thank you very much for your presentation and question and answers. So thank you. I handed over this.
Thank you very much, sir.
This session to other panel chair of that Sena Naika, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Muladasan.
Yeah.
Our next session is on the team. Can you answer? Our next presentation is on a green area. You study on green purchasing intention and green purchasing behavior towards organic products. Special link here with an income collaboration. So over to you. You can start the presentation. Starya Ratna, over to you.
Then start your
Greetings,
presentation.
my dear panel members and researchers around the globe. As a research team that considers the environment and the nature of Sri Lanka, we prefer to purchase and consume organic food items like this. But when we were visiting the outlets of these organic food products, we observed a number of consumers are visiting these outlets, but unfortunately, they were leaving the premises with empty hands without purchasing a single item. And also, when we were visiting the Facebook pages of different organic food product producers, we observed they are having a huge number of subscribers. But when it comes to the actual consumer base, it was critically lower than the actual subscribers of their Facebook pages. Therefore, we thought of identifying the factors behind this gap. To continue the study, I would like to invite my research colleague, Sanduni Nisansala.
Yes, let's see our content. This is the content that we are going to present. Moving on to the background of the study, over the last decade, consumer consumption of goods and services has increased enormously worldwide. As a result of that, a severe damage has happened to the environment. With that, marketing scholars have given more attention into green consumption of products and services. So green consumption is a hot topic in developing countries because it not only help to the environment, but also it is a source of competitive advantage and it gives growing help to the consumer. So factors affecting this green purchasing behavior is still inconsistent, and which factors decide the actual green purchasing behavior is unclear. When it comes to the research problem justification, according to the theory of planned behavior by Adson 1991, green purchasing intention leads to green purchasing behavior. But in contradiction to that, scholars have found that green purchasing intention will not always turn into green purchasing behavior. And even though there is enormous significance to understand about this intention behavior, green purchasing intention behavior gap for researchers and managers as well, this intention behavior gap is poorly understood and very little quantitative evidence is available about this green purchasing intention behavior gap. And the study conducted by Vijay Kohn and Sabri, they have summarized 108 articles conducted in during the year of 2015 to 2021. So according to them, this green gap is mostly discussed in Asian context, and among Asian context, most studies have done in China, India, Malaysia, and Pakistan. So according to them, there is a knowledge gap in Sri Lankan context about this green purchasing intention and green purchasing behavior gap. So with that, we discussed to conduct a preliminary survey to identify whether this identified gap available in the practice as well. So according to the identified knowledge gap and the practical gap, we raise our research problem as why do consumers not buy organic food products even though they have an intention to buy organic food products, with special reference to the millennials with an income in Colombo district. Moving forward to the research questions. So these are the studies that we use to develop our research questions, and here are the research questions we developed, and the research objectives were developed based on the research questions, and research hypotheses were developed based on the existing literature. Moving to the significance of the study, we have our study have both theoretical and managerial contribution to. Moving to a literature review, here we discuss about what is green purchasing intention, what is green purchasing behavior, and the relationship between green purchasing intention and green purchasing behavior, and the studies that deviates the relationship deviates the theory of planned behavior and the significance of trust as a moderator variable. When it comes to the conceptual framework, this is the framework that we developed based on the existing literature. When it comes to research methodology, we use millennials with an income who are residing in Colombo district, and we use 250 sample size as by using convenient sampling technique for the study. When it comes to rationale for the sample selection, we used convenient sampling technique because it requires very low cost and it is extensively used and there is no need of full population list. And according to the study conducted in 2021 regarding this green purchasing behavior, they also use convenient sampling technique to access their respondents easily. And the study conducted in Sri Lanka regarding this green purchasing behavior in Batticaloa district, they also use convenient sampling technique to address their respondents. When it comes to rationale for site selection, scholars mention that young consumers are the perfect individuals in sustainable marketing and they are more into green practices and they have knowledge on these green practices than other rest of the generation. And under the young consumers, millennials are called as green generation and they have more willing to pay for green products. And according to the study conducted in Sri Lanka, that study conducted to identify the attitudes and awareness on organic products in urban areas in Sri Lanka. So according to that study, they found the most of the consumers in Colombo region are willing to purchase organic products. So based on these things, we selected millennials in Colombo district as our research contents. So this is the Facebook pages that we use to collect our data. When it comes to this is the profile of our respondents. Moving forward, this is the descriptive statistics for all the three variables. And when it comes to validity, reliability, according to the con branch alpha values, all the three measurements were there is reliability with all the three measurements. When it comes to validity, according to KMO and Bartlett test, all the three measurements were validated when under the convergent validity, since average various extracted and composite reliability values are greater than the recommended value, it can be concluded that there is a convergent validity with all the three measurements. When it comes to normality test, we used skewness and kurtosis because the study conducted in 2021, they also use convenience sampling and use skewness and kurtosis to test the normality. And according to the normality test values, there is a normal distribution with our dependent variable. Moving on to the correlation analysis, there is according to the results, there is a relationship between green purchasing intention and green purchasing behavior, green purchasing intention and trust, and green purchasing intention and trust. When it comes to the moderation analysis, there is a direct effect of green purchasing intention, direct effect on direct effect of green purchasing intention on green purchasing behavior. And under the moderation analysis, trust moderate the relationship between green purchasing intention and green purchasing behavior. Moving on to effect of trust, trust have a significant positive effect on all the three levels of green purchasing behavior. Moving forward with goodness of the fitted model, it indicates that 50.02% of the variation of green purchasing intention can be described by the variation of green purchasing intention and moderation effect of trust. When it comes to discussion and results and discussions, the developed two hypotheses were accepted and researchers could achieve the research objectives. When it comes to implication of the study, this study adds some knowledge to the existing body of knowledge of the intention behavior gap, and this research provides an insight to the business organization and marketers, and this study helps marketers to develop new strategies to enhance green purchasing behavior of their consumers, and this study dedicated to the newcomers of the industry as well. Under the suggestions, we recommend to conduct the research on all ages group of the country, and we can in this study investigate on other products like green vehicle, green apparel, and green electronic appliances. And it is suggested to future researchers to carry out the same research using qualitative and mixed method. And Researches can be conducted by using the other possible moderating factors affecting this green purchasing intention and behavior gap. And developed model can be used in other contexts as well to test the validity of this moderate role of trust. These are the references that we use and thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Always and Mr. Ariratna. I'd like to open the session for other participants. If you have any question, you can forward it now. So it's open to all of you. To start, I have a small suggestion and a question. First of all, I like that you have recommended made good recommendations based on your research, but avenues for further research about the new products, new product ranges, and items. But I have a small doubt in this case. I want you to, if you have an explanation, please provide it. By going back, by looking at your demographic data of the millennials, we can see large number of respondents are of lower age belt. And when we see the elderly category of people in the millennials, they have very, very low response rate. Similarly, if you look at the marital status, and we can understand many people who have got married can be of married group. Now, when you look at this about 15 years belt of age belt, purchase intention can be there, but actual purchasing, when it comes to the purchasing power, and we have noted the income levels as 40,000 to, I mean, of course, it's 50-50, like equally presented. But will there be any special impact on age of these respondents and purchase intention, and I mean about the actual purchasing of green products? Really, what had happened is, in my experience, we have seen many areas now green products are available. Of course, trust is also has to be there. But people pass that place and go to the normal, I mean, especially in the food area, they go and buy it. It can be vegetables, it can be chicken, or various other things. Maybe it's there. So how do you explain that?
Yes, basically, when we were doing this. Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, sure, very clear.
Basically, when we're doing this study, we went through the profile of Facebooks, because most of the Facebook profile holders, they have liked the pages which are relevant to these organic products. And also we filtered them according to location, as well as the age category, as well as according to their income levels. And we distributed the questionnaire to them. The thing is, most of the elderly people, they are not using Facebook, but most of the youngsters, they are using Facebook, as well as according to the LOHAS and LOVOS category. Even in USA, most of the youngsters are becoming more greener than the elderly population. So that is the reason behind this gap.
Thank you. My suggestion is that may not be relevant to this research itself, but for the completion, if you can put a cross tabulation of the age and the this purchase intention, we'll be able to get a good picture. It's sort of a, rather than going and doing a qualitative research, through quantitative research, we can get lots and lots of information by doing this sort of analysis. For other members, you have any other question? Okay, friends, then thank you very much, Ms. Alvis and Mr. Ariyaratna. Thank you for this novel area. And I'd rather like if you can extend it to this paper with qualify it with this is the way. So therefore, the response rates of these people are of this nature. And if you can categorize this age paid separately, categories of age, and they are for them how this differs. It will give a very good insight to everybody. Then congratulate you supporting submitting the report and doing this presentation very well. I really thank all the presenters because there are so many researchers we got, and not that everybody got selected, but from the people who have got selected, some people even did not submit their tracks. But you, all of you, you have done it. Thank you very much, and congratulate you all of these with your career and your future. And friends, we all invite you to be there at 6:30. Over to you, Miss.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable comments.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It's time for the official paragraph of the session. So please switch on your camera and pose for the official photograph. Okay, sir. Thank you. It has been a thought-provoking academic session, bringing both theoretical and empirical solutions to the knowledge measures. I believe the participants learned many things related to their areas of interest. At the very outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the panel chairs, Professor Athura Nyanapala, Professor B. Nimaladasan, and Mr. S.A.D. Senanayake for your constructive comments and suggestions. I also would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the scholars for making this first International Conference on Management and Entrepreneurship 2022 a great success with your presentations. I also extend my gratitude to all the participants who have graced this occasion. Thank you. I would like to conclude the session by inviting all the presenters to the virtual closing ceremony at 6:30 p.m. where the best research paper will be awarded. With that, the session concludes. Thank you and have a great evening.